Good afternoon, everyone. Today is February 18th, 2025, and this is an agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. Welcome to folks who are online as well as in the hearing room. First I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
And Commissioner Tuma.
I'm here.
And I'm Katie Sieben. A quorum is present. First, before I turn it over to Mr. Stolpis to introduce the item for today, I just wanted to step through a rough guideline of what we'll do this afternoon. My intention is that first we will have opening statements from the parties that were listed in the notice of oral arguments, and we'll follow that time allotment that are given to interveners. So please be respectful and mindful of your allotted time. I know that there are many parties that are here or people who are interested in also providing comments. I want to assure folks that commissioners have reviewed the docket, including comments from people that may not have been interveners but did file information into the record, and we appreciate that engagement with us very much. After we have opening statements, we'll take a short break, and then we're going to move through commissioner questions, and I've sort of laid out with commissioners an approximate half-hour time where commissioners can ask parties or interveners questions, and then that will take us, we'll take a short break in there around 3:30, and then wrap up after we move through all five commissioners' questions, and then we'll have a short period for any commissioners for miscellaneous questions, and we intend to wrap up for today at 5 o'clock. And hopefully we can stick to that. But in order to do that, we need everyone to be mindful of the time and to recognize that this is a very robust record. And, commissioners may have varying questions and we'll kind of be jumping around a bit, but that will all help us make a decision on this record on Thursday. As a reminder, we start at 10 a.m. and we'll sort of play it by ear a little bit, but follow a similar format for commissioner questions on Thursday morning, take a lunch break, and then start deliberations after lunch. I'd also like to emphasize that, and I talked to Mr. Stolpis and Ms. Ricker about this, but we do not prefer nor really do not want parties to be filing new decision options between now and Thursday. It gets really difficult for us to handle a whole bunch of different balls in the air in that regard. Commissioners, on the other hand, may have, based on the discussion today or answers to questions, may have new decision options to file, and they're certainly welcome to do that or to present them on Thursday. It's their choice. But again, please do not file new decision options. Our staff has done a great job of organizing the record and I think laying out the issues that are before us. So with that, Mr. Stolpis, please introduce the docket for today.
Madam Chair, members, before you do that, there's a prior important business that you must attend. You are the culpable regulators of machines that are killing 3 to 6 people a month. Our friends and neighbors are now dying, according to CDC analysis, of that number of people in Wright, Sherburne, and Goodhue counties every month. You are culpable. You are regulating a murderous set of machines. And we are here to inform you that we will not tolerate your culpability in the murder, the serial killing, as it were, of these machines. Now, what would happen if you were watching the news and every month, why a news item would come on and say, the serial killer struck again? They got 2 in Goodhue, 1 in Wright, and 3 in Sherburne. Every month, from now until 2080, every month, more of our friends and neighbors are being killed by the routine radioactive releases that occur in order to continue operating those nuclear reactors, which are generating well over $1 million a day for the coffers
It's
Wait,
all in
wait,
the
wait.
record, we got it, we
that
heard you.
own those machines.
Sir,
So,
sir, I appreciate your comments and appreciate that.
you do appreciate my comments.
Okay.
Because you are regulating machines that kill 3 to 6 or more people every month and have been doing so since 1990.
Sir, you need to either be seated and stop talking so the commission can continue on with its work, or we're going to need to recess.
No, this is the work
Okay,
of the commission.
the commission stands in recess for 10 minutes, and we'll come back at 12:45. The commission is in recess.
I thank you for recessing. I'm sure the deaf body will appreciate all of
The commission will come back from its recess and will begin again to allow Mr. Stolpus to introduce the item.
Thank you.
Please, I am demanding that you not give us 1 year extension to this 18-month assignment.
Ma'am, our staff is attempting to introduce the item. Could you please be quiet so everyone in the audience can hear? Ma'am, if you would please just let our staff introduce the item, we need to begin our proceedings. And if you're going to continue to interrupt, we're going to have to take another recess and ask to have you escorted out of the hearing room. Okay, the commission stands in recess for 5 minutes. Okay. The commission will come back from its recess. Mr. Stolpis, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Docket before the commission today is docket number RP-24-67 in the matter of Xcel Energy's 2024 to 2040 Upper Midwest Integrated Resource Plan, and docket number CN-23-212 in the matter of Xcel Energy's competitive resource acquisition process for up to 800 megawatts of firm dispatchable generation. I'll be quick with my opening comments. Just wanted to note that after the briefing papers were filed, we reached out to parties to e-file their proposed decision options before the hearing today. We received a preferred decision options letter from Xcel, DESRI, Clean Energy Organizations, XLI, Solar United Neighbors, OAG, Mencia, Distributed Solar Parties, the Department, LIUNA, and IUOE Local 49, and the Carpenters. Those have been compiled into an...
I apologize to all of you good folks who are here. You believe
The commission will stand in recess for 5 minutes.
the world healthy because of these innovations.
The commission will come back from its recess. Mr. Stolpis. You just wanted to mention that the revised, the compiled decision options are available for parties in the back of the room. Anything else?
Well, it looks like they've been taken. They were at that table, but I can print some off if anybody wants a new one. And for parties, there's already a document here, but yeah.
Appreciate it. And Mr. Stolpis, I'd like to thank you for your work putting together the briefing papers, and also commend Isabel Ricker, who did a lot of work also on this docket and has been helpful to commissioners in preparing for the hearing. So we'll move on to the scheduled oral arguments, and we'll begin with Xcel. Please come forward. You have 15 minutes. Mr. Dobson, following you will be the Office of the Attorney General, then the Clean Energy Organizations, if the other parties want to come forward now or soon after, you're welcome. Mr. Dobson, when you're ready, welcome. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy. We're very excited to be here today to discuss the settlement for our current integrated resource plan and firm dispatchable acquisition proceeding. I want to thank the department for initiating and coordinating the discussions that resulted in this settlement. We're also grateful for the engagement of all the other parties to these proceedings, and ultimately for the support of the department, the clean energy organizations, our labor partners, and the other project developers in this settlement. Finally, I want to thank Commission staff for what we all recognize was a substantial undertaking to pull together a very voluminous record from 2 different proceedings into an impressive set of briefing papers for you guys to review. So with this Commission's leadership, our company has been at the forefront of the clean energy transition. In our last IRP, the Commission approved a plan for us to shut down all of our coal resources, or approximately 3,000 megawatts of high load factor production, and move forward on a path to dramatically reduce our carbon intensity. The Commission also made us consider whether the natural gas resources that our analysis at that time showed we needed could be filled by other resource types. And that decision resulted in a broad solicitation for resources here that can provide us with dispatchable power to support our integration of additional renewables. As it turned out, this decision by the Commission has been very helpful in this proceeding and will be very good for our customers. While our last IRP indicated that we would need approximately 800 megawatts of firm dispatchable resources during its 5-year action plan, all of the modeling done in the current plan, including our own modeling, as well as that of the department and the clean energy organizations, shows that we will need well over 2,000 megawatts of peaking and or storage resources in the next few years. Since we'd already solicited both of these resource types in this proceeding, as the Commission had directed in our last IRP, the parties were able to reach a comprehensive settlement of both dockets so that we can acquire a portfolio of the best resources available right now for our customers to meet our dispatchable needs. In addition, we will plan to add more than 4,000 megawatts of wind, solar, and storage resources during the next 5 years. We think the merits of this plan speak for itself, but to highlight the major benefits, our modeling shows that this settlement is expected to be less expensive on both a PVRR and a PVSC basis than our initial preferred plan for the foreseeable future. In addition, the settlement would add less fossil resources than any of the plans proposed by us, the department, and the clean energy organizations. Indeed, while we're closing thousands of megawatts of our coal generation, we would construct 1 natural gas plant over the 5-year action plan, and that plant would be fitted with combustion turbines designed to run for only a very small portion of the year. The end result is that we now project with this settlement to exceed the requirements of the Minnesota's new carbon-free standard, meaning that we project to generate more carbon-free energy than our customers will consume, and we project to achieve this at least 5 years ahead of the statutory deadline or schedule. And we project achieving this feat during a period of rapid load growth unlike anything we have witnessed in decades. Load growth that stems from the rapid deployment of hyperscale data centers, like the one in Rosemont that the Commission already approved and is being built right now, as well as the growth of electric vehicles and other forms of beneficial electrification. This plan also gives us the flexibility to adjust in the future during this time of rapid change, since we will file another resource plan in just 2 years, and that plan will incorporate, obviously, the newest information we have at that time. There are many other benefits to the settlement that will be good for our customers, the state, our stakeholders, and the communities where we operate. To name a few, the settlement requires that we continue to aggressively look beyond the current resource landscape toward future innovative solutions to meet our customers' needs. By the end of this year, we will need to make filings on both a distributed capacity procurement program and a thermal battery pilot. This will help us continue to lead the industry in the clean energy transition while giving us the space to get these programs right. In addition, in our next IRP, we need to include discussions of carbon-reducing technologies, such as possible clean, firm resources, grid-enhancing technologies for our transmission system, and the type of resources that we would need in order to limit our gas peakers to a maximum 5% capacity factor. The settlement also requires that we continue to work with our interested stakeholders, communities, and labor partners to improve equity outcomes and provide socioeconomic benefits to our customers and communities. While the company is already committed to these efforts, we appreciate the benefits of memorializing them in a commission order for clarity. Now, we recognize that some parties don't agree with this settlement, and we think those parties are overlooking some critical points. We need these resources very soon, and the record shows that these projects are needed for our customers. As I noted earlier, all of the modeling in the record shows that we need substantial dispatchable generation soon, and all of the parties that provided this sophisticated modeling have agreed to the settlement. But we're experiencing a very tight market right now for projects and for the materials to build our own resources. And we have a short window in which we can negotiate contracts to procure both the resources and the materials that we need. There's nothing to indicate that sending this matter back to the OAH would result in a better plan, or that opening a second RFP for resources above the 800 megawatts that we had initially requested would result in better bids. On the contrary, our concern, based on what has taken place already and the current tight market that we're experiencing, is that this type of delay could increase the possibility that we lose the opportunity to get some of the projects that are part of this settlement. That makes no sense to us when we're in a place right now to execute on a plan that can be very good for our customers going forward. We think our customers will benefit the most by giving us the opportunity to negotiate for the proposals in our settlement while pursuing the additional renewable generation. So we encourage the Commission to approve the settlement and the decision options implementing it. In addition, we ask that you approve the extension of our refuse-derived fuel plants. We noted that these were not included in the settlement, but even their small capacity is critical in the tight market we now have. But maybe just as important, they're critical assets for the communities in which they're located, and they provide a vital function in removing solid waste that would otherwise need to be disposed of somewhere else, like a landfill. Those plants are scheduled to close in 2027 and 2028, and we need contracts executed by about year's end to keep them running. Finally, we ask you to approve a series of decision options offered by the Prairie Island Indian community and the Coalition of Utility Cities to move forward on matters that are important to those host communities. In summary, we're very excited, like I said earlier, that we've collectively been able to accomplish what we've collectively been able to accomplish with the Department, Clean Energy Organizations, labor, and our project developers. We think this settlement represents an excellent path forward for our customers in this moment while giving us the flexibility to adjust in the future. So we ask that you approve it along with the other items mentioned earlier and in the decision options we filed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dobson. Next is the Office of the Attorney General. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Siva and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Hinderly. I represent the Office of the Attorney General, Residential Utilities Division. With me today is Joey Cherney, also an attorney in our division. We continue to have concerns with the stipulation because it attempts to change the bidding parameters in docket number 23212 after the bids were submitted. Rather than select resources that are approximately but not more than 800 megawatts, as the Commission ordered, the stipulation selects over 2,100 megawatts by asking the Commission to select bids from all bidding parties and all but one project bid. While we understand that hitting 800 megawatts on the nose was an unlikely outcome of the proceeding, the Commission's order limiting the procurement to 800 megawatts was understood by the bidders when they submitted their bids, and it was understood by Xcel. We believe that selecting nearly triple the authorized megawatts is an unreasonable extreme of Xcel's claim that the stipulation is merely a manifestation of a fluid resource planning process. The stipulation also selects bids with less protections than have occurred in recent proceedings. Because the Track 2 contested case process was cut short before even initial testimony was filed, the bid submission process was not overseen by an independent auditor, as would have been the case in a modified Track 2 proceedings. Still, Xcel has bid in, and 2 of its projects would be selected by approving the stipulation. Even more concerning for us, however, than the process is the lack of ratepayer protections in the stipulation. No bidder has committed to sticking to the bid price that they submitted, and Xcel has already updated its prices as a condition of signing the stipulation. So while we believe that sticking to the original process is the best way to protect ratepayers in the public interest, we do offer additional decisions that the Commission could make today to provide, or Thursday rather, to provide more protections to ratepayers. But our primary recommendation is for the Commission to reject the stipulation, to complete Xcel's 2024 IRP, and to order that the Track 2 acquisition process in docket number 23212 proceed on an expedited basis. On that last point, we understand that the parties pursuing the stipulation have caused this process to fall behind schedule. It has made the window tighter, and it has made the window shorter, and it's created more time constraints on it. But we think we could move quickly, and the ALJ could have a recommendation to you by July or August. As I mentioned, while we're concerned with departing from the bidding process, our primary concern is with the risks in the stipulation of increasing costs that are placed on ratepayers. We have recommended additional processes and ratepayer protections, and we urge the Commission to adopt those if it approves the stipulation. First and foremost among these protections is clearly laying out the standards and processes by which power purchase agreements would be reviewed and by capping costs for Xcel's projects. The stipulation makes bids only the starting point for negotiations between Xcel and the developers. And the bid is therefore a floor, and within the 4 corners of the stipulation, there is no ceiling. As I noted, Xcel has already updated its prices, and the other bidders have stressed the necessity of them being able to do the same in their comments. As all negotiations are, these conversations between Xcel and the bidders on the final price of the PPA will be behind closed doors. Because PPAs are pass-through costs, however, Xcel and its shareholders have no direct financial interests in the final price of the PPA. That will be shouldered entirely by ratepayers. Given the lack of cost incentives from parties on opposite sides of the table in these negotiations, the stipulation's envisioned process of simply having these negotiations filed in the final PPA with no specific process or standards for their review or approval would leave ratepayers vulnerable to the risk of inertia, and it would leave potential claims of additional urgency by Xcel and the bidders that the PPA must be approved even if the cost is increased, even being brought again before the Commission. So we recommend that there be additional processes and standards to deal with these likely price increases that could be coming back in the PPAs. This also helps Xcel and the bidders know what they will be required to show if they come back with increased costs, and it provides the public with knowledge that cost increases would be considered reasonable. So for the non-utility bidders, the Commission should require that PPA costs be either capped at the bid level or that Xcel and the bidders show 3 things by clear and convincing evidence. First, that the original bid reasonably accounted for all known costs to the bidding party at the time of its original submission. This would help protect against the tendency for bids to underestimate costs in hopes of being selected, while knowing that cost increases could likely be negotiated after selection with the wind at their backs. For anyone who's ever hired a contractor for a house project, this is not a phenomenon that is limited to the utility sphere. Second, they would need to show that any additional costs were caused by events outside of Xcel or the bidding party's control and are otherwise prudent. Xcel and the bidders, in reply comments, pointed to many items that they say could lead to rising costs. To be clear, our recommended process would allow for some increase in costs. It just requires a showing that the cost increases were due to the events that were outside of control of the parties who negotiated the power purchase agreement. Last, they would need to show that accepting the PPA will result in just and reasonable rates. This should include a showing of the specific rate impacts that selecting the specific bid would have and the rate impacts of any cost increases. This will provide assurances to ratepayer that the bid really is as good a deal as they say it is. For Xcel's remaining bids, we recommend a similar process. But in addition, because Xcel won't have to sign on the dotted line in a PPA, and it can pursue additional cost recovery in a rate case or a rider, the Commission should cap ratepayer recovery at the updated proven cost for each individual project. A hard cap is needed here to ensure that Xcel manages these projects well to contain costs. While the department and others argue that a hard cap is unusual, the extraordinary way that these projects were selected merits additional protections in this case. I want to emphasize that these aren't modifications to the stipulation. They are just additional parameters on the process for approval of the negotiated PPAs that the Commission can order without modifying the stipulation. And these additional processes, in our view, should not be burdensome for Xcel or the bidders. And the intensive opposition to these additional processes are pretty concerning to us because it indicates that the cost increases that the parties may come back with from negotiations could be substantial. We also recommend some additional processes that are laid out in our comments, but these two are the most important in our view. Because there's been a good deal of statements made in the docket regarding OAG's position, I want to be clear on a few things in my last couple minutes. First, we are not opposing any specific bid. Indeed, from our perspective, the opportunity to thoroughly vet the bids on the record has not yet occurred. We need to go back to OAH to do that. I also want to be clear that our procedural objections have to do with the bidding procedures, not the procedure to bring this matter before the Commission today. We agreed to the certification process to allow the issue to be litigated efficiently. The ALJ appropriately in her certification did not comment on the merits of the stipulation, and she specifically noted that her certification order was not a recommendation. Any attempt by the stipulating parties to use the ALJ's referral as an implicit blessing of their deal should be rejected. Last, the OAG is not, as a few parties have suggested, recommending that Xcel's procurement of 800 megawatts be the final firm dispatchable resources coming out of Xcel's 2024 IRP. Indeed, our comments in the 2024 IRP were focused on the parameters of such a bidding process to follow that finding of need. Instead, we're advocating that, as with all IRPs, the Commission should first determine the need and then determine which parameters a future bidding process should follow to meet the need, and then follow those parameters. You can't choose projects you want and then later find that it was justified. The timing and process for these future acquisitions is within the Commission's control. And the Commission could order that Xcel move swiftly to the extent Xcel claims it has an imminent need for these resources. It's Xcel's job to make sure they provide customers with reliable and affordable service. And that includes procuring generation resources in a fair, predictable, and transparent manner. The Commission should hold Xcel to that. Thank you very much for the time today, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hinderly. Next is the Clean Energy Organizations. Looks like Mr. Gleckner. Welcome. And after the Clean Energy Organizations is Desiree, then the distributed solar parties, and next Invenergy. If those folks want to come up too, you're welcome to.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Alan Gleckner with Fresh Energy today on behalf of the Clean Energy Organizations, or CEOs, which is made up of the Clean Grid Alliance, Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy, and the Sierra Club. The CEOs strongly support adoption of the action plan, pilots, equity next steps, and other provisions in the settlement. This package is the product of a thorough record and really excellent analysis by our team as well as other parties. Importantly, it also reflects alignment of a group of stakeholders with different interests, but with shared core principles of adding clean energy quickly and at scale, not putting the reliability we take for granted at risk, and keeping customer costs at a place where continued progress can actually happen. I know we hear clean, affordable, reliable so much now it's cliche, but these are truly the organizing principles around which we're all working here, and what's before you today is an important, tangible example of that. Moving to the substance, these are the highlights of what the settlement package achieves and why we're so excited about it. First, it keeps the retirement for all of Xcel's coal plants on track and unchanged. It extends the most important clean, firm resource we have today, Xcel's nuclear units. Through 2030, it adds 6 gigawatts of wind, solar, and storage, and this includes about 1 gigawatt of real, ready-to-go clean energy projects. It applies maximum scrutiny to new fossil resources and focuses on extending existing plants to minimize new builds. And it includes tangible next steps for progress on equitable workforce and energy efficiency deployment. And it includes an exciting proposal to bring distribution-connected capacity at scale. This doesn't cover everything, but should hopefully explain our enthusiasm for the settlement package before you today. One last note is that we also have a handful of equity-related process and reporting requirements we'd also ask the Commission to consider. But we just close with offering our support for what we have in front of you today, and thank you for your time and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Gleckner. Desiree Renewable Energy Development. Mr. Savical, welcome. Please state your name for the record and go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Richard Savical on behalf of Desiree Renewable Energy Development. With me today, I have Jonathan Kett, available on WebEx to the extent there are any questions, but I'm going to keep my comments brief. We appreciate staff's work in this file, and we believe they accurately reflect our position.
Okay, great. The distributed solar parties. Welcome, Mr. Kenworthy. When you're ready, please state your name for the tape.
Thank you. Chair Sieben, members of the Commission, my name is Will Kenworthy, and I'm here on behalf of the distributed solar parties. As an initial matter, we recommend that the Commission approve the settlement. While we were not a party to the settlement because we thought it was insufficiently ambitious in leveraging DER, the top-line elements of the agreement represent an important step in meeting Xcel's long-term capacity needs. As in Xcel's last IRP, our focus in this plan has been on integrating DER into resource planning. While we had some technical critiques, we were pleased with Xcel's approach to and findings related to DER modeling, building off the modeling our organizations proposed in the last IRP. We were also pleased to see Xcel introduce the distributed capacity procurement, and we acknowledge their commitment to file a proposed DCP in October. In its August 9 comments, Xcel highlighted the DCP's ability and potential to strategically deploy DER in places that can create value for the grid, while simultaneously providing capacity to support load growth. We strongly support this policy objective. To realize this potential, Xcel should leverage the full suite of DERs, including both front-of-the-meter and behind-the-meter resources. We urge Xcel to work with stakeholders to explore program design options that will allow participation by customer-owned resources. The ability and the opportunity to utilize DER to achieve the optimal resource portfolio is too important to leave valuable options behind. To this end, we urge the Commission to adopt decision options 41 through 43. With regard to DER modeling, we view the potential for the DCP to meet resource needs as an evolution of the DG modeling proposal. Further refinement and improvement to the methodology are needed to accelerate deployment of cost-effective DER. In addition, the methodology should evolve to incorporate the DCP and virtual power plants. In order to advance this important initiative, we have suggested a modified decision option 74, which combines options 74, 44, and 76. And finally, we want to underscore the importance of better understanding the impacts of data centers on resource portfolio. First, as a policy matter, we strongly believe that residential and small commercial customers must be held harmless against any increases in total system cost driven by accommodating the new load. In addition, DER must be part of the solution. DER are cost competitive, scalable, and ready for deployment now. A broad DCP VPP program provides a useful framework to realize that vision. We proposed options 62 and 63, but could also support 60 and 61. We also support the equity provisions in the settlement and the additional equity provisions in the decision options. Those are 46 through 53. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Invenergy.
Hi, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. I'm Ingrid Bjorklund on behalf of Invenergy Renewables LLC. I have Mike Alpo-Janis from Invenergy online. First, we'd like to thank staff for their excellent work on the briefing papers. Invenergy is a party to the settlement agreement and the firm dispatchable docket, but did not participate in the IRP. As previously stated by Xcel, all capacity expansion modeling conducted by all three modeling parties supports the selection of the bids identified in the settlement to meet Xcel's firm dispatchable need. Invenergy submitted 2 proposals in the competitive resource acquisition process to meet Xcel's firm dispatchable need in the 2027-2029 timeframe. Then Cannon Falls Thermal Energy Center is an existing facility and is part of Xcel's current portfolio. Cannon Falls is a 357 megawatt natural gas-fired facility consisting of 2 simple cycle gas turbines that can use low sulfur distillate fuel oil as a backup. Because Cannon Falls is an existing facility, it is a proven performer in Xcel's energy portfolio, and extending Cannon Falls PPA could potentially reduce the need to add new fossil fuel resources in the future. The Lake Wilson Solar Energy Center is a solar plus storage facility with 150 megawatts of solar and 95 megawatts of battery storage. Lake Wilson is the first solar plus battery project in Minnesota to receive its site permit and certificate of need. And it has interconnection agreements in place for the 150 megawatt solar facility and 20 megawatts for the battery. And is expecting to have the surplus interconnection agreement for the remaining 75 megawatts for the battery in 3 to 4 months. Invenergy has a solid line of sight into equipment and has slots reserved to obtain long lead materials such as main power transformers. Lake Wilson will be ready to be operational by the end of 2027. Because one of Invenergy's projects is already in service and the other is in the advanced development stage, Invenergy's proposals are uniquely positioned to meet Xcel's near-term firm dispatchable need. As the record demonstrates, the settlement agreement is in the public interest, and the selected bids should be approved to proceed to PPA negotiations for final approval by the Commission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is the 49ers and Carpenters, and then following that is Liuna and Onward Energy. If those folks want to come up, and then after Onward Energy is Solar United Neighbors, XLI, and then we'll wrap with the department. Mr. Sutton, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, members of the Commission. My name is Charles Sutton, and I'm here on behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 49, and the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters. I would like to start by thanking staff for the excellent briefing papers, which do a terrific job capturing the issues presented in both dockets. I'd also like to thank Assistant Commissioner Lieb and Deputy Commissioner Wyckoff in the Department of Commerce for their role in coordinating parties around an innovative settlement agreement which resolves most of the major issues across 2 major dockets. The energy system is moving fast. Our state is moving to rapidly retire coal plants and transition towards carbon-free resources in order to meet our 100% requirement. At the same time, load growth from new data centers, manufacturing, EVs, and building electrification is driving demand for energy and capacity. While thanks to the work of this commission, new transmission is on the way, in the coming years there is still a lack of available interconnection for new resources. Nationally, these trends have created supply chain challenges across the sector. These factors have created a very tight market for new and existing renewable and non-renewable resources. To successfully transition Xcel's system in this environment requires us to be thoughtful, intentional, but also decisive in acquiring the resources that are available to meet our system's needs and our state's goals. The settlement agreement does just that. It continues the trajectory of closing all of Xcel's coal plants and replacing them with significant amounts of wind, solar, and batteries. It extends 2 gas contracts and the 2 nuclear facilities, and builds 1 new peaker plant to ensure reliability. Thanks to the labor protections in this agreement, these projects will create significant amounts of new, good-paying jobs for union construction workers and will help offset the impact of the coal closures. The settlement also allows Xcel to bring forward a new innovative DCP proposal that, if approved, would allow the utility to pilot utility-owned DG resources. As noted in the briefing papers, the Xcel system already has and will continue to build significant amounts of customer-owned DG resources through net metering, community solar, and the Distributed Solar Energy Standard. The DCP pilot will allow the Commission to consider a new model to determine if it's in the public interest. We also support the extensions of the 3 RDF facilities, which are a source of jobs for local construction workers. These facilities have record support from the local community and avoid the need to build new landfills while providing dispatchable energy and capacity. As we noted in our comments, we strongly disagree with the objections put forward by the OAG. First, we disagree with the characterization that approving this settlement would override the previous IRP decision. All IRP decisions, in some sense, revisit the decisions we made. That's why the legislature asked you to do this every 3 years, not every 15 years. Second, what we're doing here is not what we're doing here in the settlement is recognizing that while we previously saw an 800 megawatt firm dispatchable need, we now know that that need is much larger. And this is taking into account that new factor based on the new IRP and taking advantage of the resources that we already know are available and bid in. To go back and to redo that bidding or to do a subsequent process actually creates more risk for ratepayers because we could lose some projects, prices could go up, and this is something we've actually saw around the Sherco Solar project where there was constant concern about the bidding process there, and in the end it turned out there were not new solar projects that were out there at a lower price. Many of them were much higher, and that the delays actually increased the cost of that project. So we would encourage us to choose form over choose substance over process here, and approve the settlement, which we believe is in the right interest, or is in the public interest, and in the interest of ratepayers today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Layuna.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. So I wanted to state that we're, on behalf of Layuna, Minnesota, North Dakota, we're incredibly proud of this settlement, and frankly, a little surprised that it actually.
And your name.
Sorry, Kevin Pranis on behalf of Layuna, Minnesota, North Dakota. Let's try that again. We're incredibly proud of this settlement and surprised actually that it came together. And I want to credit Deputy Commissioner Wyckoff and Assistant Commissioner Lieb for their work. I didn't really think it could happen, that you could get all these issues and get people in a room and come up with a common understanding. The fact that it did, I think, partly reflects the hard work, but what it really reflects is the facts are actually quite clear to all the different parties. We're seeing the same reality. It's a reality that is incredibly constrained in terms of the available generation options, existing facilities, potential new facilities, interconnections, et cetera. And so that's why I think this settlement came together. What we like about it is that it makes the best use of existing assets, not only Mankato Energy Center, Cannon Falls, the North Star Solar Project, but also the transmission access that something like Lake Wilson has, interconnection agreement in hand, and I can count on one hand the number of projects in Minnesota of which that's true. It also invests in local projects that will create local work jobs for workers in and around Xcel's service territory, and that will not necessarily always be the case, again, given transmission and other constraints. And it allows us to move forward expeditiously to secure power purchase agreements and build critical generation resources while they're still available and before the prices rise even further. Like the operating engineers and carpenters, we strongly disagree with arguments made by the Attorney General's office, which we think mischaracterize the process that was undertaken and what would be accomplished in the alternative. In particular, the 800 megawatts was not a relevant parameter for bidders. There is no evidence whatsoever that any bidder that would have bid in chose not to based on that parameter. All of the available bids were received, and it turns out that we need that and more in order to accomplish this transition. Referral to a contested case always contains the possibility of a settlement, and the OAG has provided absolutely zero evidence or even an argument about facts that would have been uncovered, could have been uncovered, or were through discovery that would have changed any of this result. Unfortunately, the truth is we've been here with the Attorney General's office before. In their opposition of the Gentile lines, their opposition to Sherco Solar, they have in their mind a magic market in which there is endless supply of projects that we could pick from, and the main thing is to make sure so we have this process, and I think it's a misunderstanding of what the market actually has available. It's also a misunderstanding of what the market wants. You're hearing very clearly from the clean energy organizations, which represent the trade association of all the renewable developers, right? That this is the good deal, that they want to move forward. We hear from developers all the time. Their biggest frustration in Minnesota is they don't get a green light or a red light soon enough to be able to make a decision, and some have already left this RFP because they found other better, more higher price options to sell to. So we need to move now on this. The last points that I would make are that we do not support the recommendation of the distributed solar parties, which we think are unnecessary in light of recent action by the legislature mandating a number of different programs that they can bid into. We also do not believe the equity decision options not included in the settlement will result in more progress on equity. We're concerned that they'll create confusion and duplication. And finally, on the refuse-derived fuel plants, we support waste to energy as a preferable alternative to landfill, and if it can meet some of our dispatchable energy needs, we should include those. Thank you.
Thank you. Onward Energy, Ms. Lee, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Amber Lee on behalf of Onward Energy Holding Company. Onward represents and operates power plants across the country, and they wanted me to relay their appreciation for the Commission's procurement process, the standard process, and this one, which we've navigated to this settlement. They also wanted to express appreciation for the Department of Commerce in convening the settlement and inviting robust participation and development of the settlement record. And then finally, we want to express appreciation for your staff and the wonderful briefing papers. We support the decision options filed by the bidders, and Onward has representatives online in the event of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Next is Solar United Neighbors. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. This
is Darren Argetsinger with Keys and Fox. Are you able to hear me okay?
We can. Can you turn your camera on so we can see you?
I am attempting to do that. One moment, please. Chair, I'm afraid that the application would require me to quit the application and reopen it to start my camera.
No problem. Just
would you like me to do that and follow up after another party?
No, that's okay. Just go ahead and state your comments, please.
Thank you, and my apologies for the technical difficulties. But Baron Argetsinger with Keys and Fox on behalf of Solar United Neighbors, or SUN. Solar United Neighbors is focused on the company's distributed capacity procurement proposal. SUN appreciates the company's recognition that distributed solar and energy storage can provide substantial system value, and SUN supports the development of virtual power plant programs in Minnesota to unlock that value. There are various forms of these types of programs, but generally speaking, utility-led VPPs create tariff-based or other programmatic frameworks for non-utility distributed energy resource aggregators to deliver capacity and other good services from customer and third-party owned DERs that would otherwise be provided by potentially more costly and higher-emitting grid-scale resources, thus providing grid benefits and delivering ratepayer savings. While it is SUN's understanding that the company is still developing the particulars of its DCP proposal, that proposal does contemplate utility ownership and control of approximately 400 megawatts of distributed battery storage and over 400 megawatts of distributed solar, including solar and storage located at customer premises and potentially behind the meter resources as well. It's unclear at this point. SUN does agree that there is a clear opportunity to unlock additional value from customer-sided DERs, as the company has identified. The SUN does not agree that utility ownership and control of these customer-sided resources is a necessary or appropriate means to unlock that value without first providing the opportunity for non-utility providers to meet these needs with non-utility-owned resources. SUN is concerned that the company's proposed DCP program would insert unfair competitive advantages in the favor of the rate-regulated monopoly utility over non-utility DER developers that would reduce competition in DER markets and cloak utility ownership of customer-sited DERs with a regulatory imprimatur of a preferred policy choice in Minnesota to the detriment of customers and the public interest more generally. Sun thus requests that the Commission provide guidance in accordance with Sun's proposed decision options to ensure against utility ownership of customer-sited resources, to protect against unfair utility competition in the DER marketplace, and ensure that future VPP programs provide a fair opportunity for customer and third-party owned customer-sited DERs to provide the grid services that the company seeks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next is XLI. Mr. Moratzka, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Andrew Moratzka on behalf of the Xcel Large Industrials. Appreciate staff's thorough briefing papers and the opportunity to comment today. As the Commission knows, XLI is consistently concerned with cost and reliability. Unfortunately, the record is not adequately developed on either of these important issues. This deficiency is significantly compounded by the procedural irregularities identified by the Office of the Attorney General and the unusual uncertainties introduced by the current federal administration. To be sure, XLI agrees with and supports the OAG's thorough analysis and wants to underscore that the XLI is largely, as a large ratepayer, is largely in agreement with the Office of the Attorney General as a small and medium-sized ratepayer advocate. We respectfully assert that the PUC needs to address the deficiencies in the record and the panoply of risks in implementing the settlement. For these reasons, as outlined in XLI's comment, XLI supports decision option 2. If the Commission disagrees, then XLI respectfully asserts that the Commission adopt the decision options outlined in its February 11th, 2025 letter, which include the requirement that Xcel implement its alleged rate decreases for the C&I demand class resulting from the settlement and implement that in the pending rate case docket. With that, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Moratzka. And the Department of Commerce. Welcome, Dr. Lieb.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commission. Sydney Lieb for the Minnesota Department of Commerce. The settlement that's been submitted in this docket is the result of compromise and creative solutioning across a wide diversity of stakeholders, including the utility, labor, clean energy organizations, clean energy developers, and state government. The resulting resource plan creates a significant investment in renewable resources, battery storage, industry-leading coordination of demand response and distributed generation, and new clean firm technologies that are critical to meeting the state's clean energy mandate. The department believes that making these investments in renewable energy and storage now will result in the lowest possible cost for these resources and mitigate risks associated with uncertainty in import tariffs, phase out of renewable production tax credits, and general supply disruption. The department is particularly excited about the acknowledgement of the need for clean firm resources in this settlement, which includes a proposal for a large virtual power plant, a first-of-its-kind long-duration thermal battery, and a commitment to provide a transition plan for the Lyon County Gas CT to a zero-emitting resource or retire that resource by 2040. This plan is coming before the Commission at a time when the electric grid is rapidly decarbonizing while simultaneously adopting new technologies for generation, energy efficiency, grid-enhancing technologies, and also contemplating significant load growth from data centers, artificial intelligence, beneficial electrification, and growth in domestic manufacturing. Despite the anticipation of this load growth on Xcel's system, this resource plan adds only one new emitting resource and includes a commitment to provide a plan to transition that resource to a clean firm resource by 2040 in compliance with the state's 0 by 40 clean electricity mandate. Instead of continued investment in emitting resources, the plan makes significant investments in renewables, storage, and begins to incorporate innovative clean firm resources that we know must be scaled and deployed to meet the state's emission reduction mandate. In addition to the settlement decision options, the department also supports some of the additional order points introduced by other stakeholders, including the requirement to file a voluntary tariff for a carbon-free electricity hourly matching program. This program represents the next logical iteration of the company's existing WindSource program to allow customers with robust hourly electricity targets to procure energy that is tracked and verified as clean on an hourly basis. This voluntary program simultaneously allows customers to grow the market for 24/7 clean electricity by paying a premium for this energy and creates an economic opportunity for Minnesota to attract those businesses with hourly sustainability goals, such as Google, Microsoft, and clean hydrogen producers. We thank the folks who worked so hard on this novel settlement agreement. We are very excited about the step and direction that this puts the state in building out additional clean energy resources, storage, and new clean firm technology. We thank staff for putting together the excellent briefing papers, and the department's available for questions.
Thank you very much. That wraps up our opening oral argument time. We'll take a break now until 2 o'clock and then begin with commissioner questions. For the public who's here in the room, there are open restrooms on the first floor of Metro Square. Sorry, they're not. They're being remodeled on this floor, just so you know. So we'll stand in recess until 2 p.m. Commission will come back from its recess. Before we move to Commissioner questions for the parties, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that Gary Iocco, the mayor of the city of Red Wing, is on the WebEx, as is Janie Farrar, the city council president. Michael Childs Jr., who's the treasurer of the Prairie Island Indian Community, is here, as is Ron Johnson, the vice president, and Ms. Syme, their attorney. And we thank all these elected officials for participating in the hearing today and appreciate your comments that have been entered into the record. Commissioner Sullivan, if you would please kick us off with questions, and as I sort of indicated earlier, you're welcome to just kind of, move between parties however you like, and hopefully you'll wrap up around 2:33.
Sure, I can do that. I think I would like to hear from the department, company, and the CEOs and the OAG. So I have a series of questions just to give you kind of an outline of what I'm thinking about. I have questions on data centers. Then I have a question on the filing of the next IRP, which is very closely related to data centers, the ECO DSM performance, bundled DG resources, so that may include one of the solar advocates, but we'll get there when we get there, and then a couple other little cleanup questions for myself. But I'm going to start with data centers. So first, I appreciate the discussion in the briefing papers and in the record about data centers, and I'm also thinking a lot about what's going on in the Minnesota world with data centers and in the region. And specifically, I appreciate the OAG. Well, the point that you made that there's a questionable need to service potential ultra-large customers. Ms. Hinderly, I don't quite agree with your framing of that, but I appreciate what I think is the underlying sentiment, which is that how do we protect other ratepayers from the impacts of these massive loads? So that's where my brain goes, and that's where I want to lead into. And I also, there are a number of parties in the record who have called for an investigation or stakeholder groups. And my question, starting with Ms. Hinderly, is I go automatically here with, why don't we just create a separate data center class, first and foremost? I think that is the best way to, in effect, air gap data centers and their large loads from not just other ratepayers, but other ratepayers within the industrial class. Feels to me like that fundamentally addresses the largest point that I hear in your testimony and I hear in your filings that you're making, which is how do we make sure that other ratepayers are protected. So I'll give you the opportunity to respond, and then I want to hear from the company and the department.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. I think that's certainly a start, right? Having data centers be their own class. I don't think it covers all of the issues we have concerns with. One of the issues I think you touched on, we're concerned when these data centers are coming online. I think from our perspective, there's the possibility there could be delays. I think we've heard from other states that ramp up periods tend to be an issue. So if we're building out, a significant capacity to meet the data centers, there's a timing issue as to when the data centers come online and are even in the class, and when other ratepayers might have to start paying for things like PPAs that are, supporting this additional capacity. So
I've got another idea for that too,
okay,
that I'm going to get to, but that is helpful.
I'm excited to hear it. So I think
we'll see.
So I do think, having them in their separate class is a start, but it does require that there be sufficient number of data centers in that class to be shouldering those costs that they're, imposing on the system from needing to serve them. I think there's also a timing with Xcel. It's probably not as much as other cases because they are in for rate cases pretty regularly or constantly in a test year or a projected test year. So, the class cost of service mismatch, as those data centers, if they're in their own class, are imposing costs on the system, we want to make sure they're paying for it and not other classes. And so that's, something that I think we would need to figure out a way to address. But yeah, the timing issues are really, our main concern here is, are we building out the system at the right pace to meet the data centers? Because they're not going to pay for that system until they're actually online. And then making sure also that they stay online a sufficient amount of time to pay down the cost of expanding the system.
Okay, and then that's helpful. Over the next 24 hours, I'm going to be developing a decision option on this, so we'll have time to think about it and iterate. So now to the company, Mr. Dobson.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan. I think, when we're talking about the development of a data center class or a tariff, I don't think that is something that we have any great concerns with discussing over.
That's great, because I was going to ask you to give us our first cut at it.
What I was about to say was, I don't think that's something that we would be opposed to sort of over the sort of medium to long term. What we're dealing with sort of right now is, and I think when you look at our resource plan and when you look at the amount of load that we are projecting for data centers, we think we made a pretty conservative estimate. We're very, very confident that we're going to, at least meet, if not considerably exceed that sort of estimate. So I think when we're talking about acquiring the resources to meet this load, we don't have concerns about that. Obviously, you've already approved a data center that's being built right now, and I think the other piece of this is, again, talking about sort of the next year or 2 years, sort of where we are. We've obviously negotiated, one data center that you guys have approved. We're still pretty early in this, and we're, I think there's a number of projects that we're still working through, and we think bringing those online could be very good for our customers. We obviously, when we execute an ESA and bring it back to you guys are going to be able to see all of the protections that we've put into that and be able to review it. So I think at least one of the things I think we want to make sure in any discussion that we're getting is that we're not chilling the opportunities that we have for our customers now to bring on load to potentially push to offset the need for additional rate increases. So I think that's the overall concern that we would have in case, in sort of developing a holistic view of everybody.
That's helpful. What I was thinking is that this would be something, I'll see where my colleagues go with this, but I was thinking that this would be something that we would want to put into the rate case, that it would be a new rate class that would be a part of the rate case. But we can obviously think on that. So now to the company. To the department, not to the company, sorry.
Department of Company.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. I think consistent with what other folks have said, the department would be supportive of working on a separate customer class for data centers, given that they are a uniquely different customer than a traditional large industrial. I think we would agree that the IRP is probably not the best place to do that, probably a rate case or a separate filing, but we'd be happy to see the decision option and we would support something like that. I think we just want to make it clear that the resources that we're all recommending in this settlement are not supporting some sort of large, overly ambitious data center load addition. There was a sensitivity around data center load in the modeling, and the system is, I think the system needs these resources regardless. It is reliable regardless of how the data center load pans out. And I think the other thing that we want to highlight is it's one of the things we really like about the virtual power plant DCP proposal that's in this settlement. That's probably the fastest, most efficient way to get resources on the system very quickly to really do more demand response, more distributed generation, not something that needs a large transmission line because it's all local on the distribution system. And given the scale at which data centers come on, having a really robust virtual power plant structure in place, we think is probably the future of how we're going to be able to add load quickly and take advantage of more demand response.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And Mr. Maraska, since this is about a class specifically, I mean, one of the thoughts that I had is that, and I'm reflecting back on true-up decisions that we've made where folks in the industrial class, you know, the impact could be magnified. I'm thinking about this as something that would be protective of the folks that you represent, and I would just be interested in your thoughts. Because if somebody who is 1,000-megawatt data center misses, you know, the forecast in a year by just a little bit, that could be a pretty significant number to be spread out across other folks. Do you know what I'm getting at? Your facial expression is like very stoic. So,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, it's difficult, I think, for XLI to comment on whether a separate class is the appropriate remedy without knowing the details, because I think in this particular instance, the devil would definitely be in the details. And to your point on the prior trip decisions from the commission, that the industrials sort of bore the brunt of those decisions. And so if there were a benefit to increase sales, perhaps that would be one way to work towards the benefit. And at least as I understand the record, part of the benefit or the potential for rates going down as represented by Xcel is a result of increased sales.
and there certainly would be shared expenses in the system that everybody would still get the benefit from having a bunch of new kilowatts in the denominator. But I'm just thinking specifically with those costs that would be attributed to them. So,
correct. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I think the focus is probably on the incremental costs that where you need to focus.
Okay, thanks. Now the second part of where I was going, so Mr. Gleckner, and I think that I'm going to go with everybody except for the OAG here. So the second part that I've been thinking about that is a concern that I've seen in the record and then throughout, especially at the data center hearing, planning meeting that we had a couple months ago, was how do we make sure that data centers are being constructed and built, and if they are going to come to Minnesota, how do they operate in a way that's consistent with our clean energy framework? And for me, what that means is I turn that into a tariff that would be basically the rules of the road that would set in place an expectation that, basically these are, guardrails. And that they would have clean energy resources associated with it. The company would indicate, here are the resources the clean energy resources that we're going to use. Here is the potential HVDC or HVAC options, transmission options that we could use, energy efficiency, weatherization, demand response. But to do a tariff where the company would propose to us, here's a data center tariff, along with that, I think that Ms. Hinderly would be supportive of this, but I certainly have been thinking some type of financial assurance that the data center company would be making that would, in effect, say, we are, for a decade, this is the growth, and we're going to, if we were to back out, we will hold the state or the ratepayers of the company harmless. So these are the concepts that I'm thinking about. I'd just like to hear what you were thinking on that. But specifically with clean energy, that a data center would, if it were to come online, that the company would have to show us how it's serving that consistent with, 80% carbon free by 2030, 90% by 2035, and 100% by 2040.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Sullivan, thanks for the question. And I don't know that I have fully formed, comprehensive thoughts on it, but in general, certainly supportive of, maximizing or both minimizing any risk to our clean energy goals by bringing these on, and then maximizing the affordability benefits and the shared benefit of hopefully a lot of clean energy infrastructure that would come with it. So in concept, absolutely supportive. I think the things that come to mind is making sure we're not like losing a shared benefit by moving it sort of like outside a resource planning process or something like that, that if it was a tariff structure, that it would still work with, system-wide planning, and that resources aren't sort of being like, you get this resource, you get
Sure.
that, but that we're using the big new customer to support affordability and the clean energy system-wide. But certainly excited about the programs we've seen in other states where data center customers are paying a premium for new clean firm, or low-income weatherization. Things like that are super exciting and would support that. But in general, the concept of maximize clean energy benefit, minimize risk, and maximize the affordability. How we do that, I don't have the answer, but I look forward to seeing what your ideas.
And just for folks to know, this is what I'm thinking about instead of the decision options in 60 to 63, and I'll be developing something with staff, and then we'll go live with it later tonight or tomorrow. So then, thank you, Mr. Gleckner. Mr. Dobson, and I'm cognizant that I'm running a little short on time, so sorry, I don't mean to give you too little time, but.
No, I think I'll try to be brief with that. I think, again, I don't know that we have great concerns with having this discussion about sort of how to, if the commission wants to go down a path of exploring, tying, discussing how we would actually serve these large customers. I mean, I think from our perspective, they are served by the system, and so there isn't one specific generator out there that is tied to a specific customer, but certainly understand that adding customers of these size will, typically require some sort of, at least system look, if not expansion. But I think that's. I don't think we have any concern about talking about it. We just want to make sure that it's done within that context.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lieb, Dr. Lieb, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. I think the department would support everything that was stated by Mr. Gleckner. I think the only other thing we would highlight is the 24/7 tariff program that was proposed by General Services Administration in this docket is going to help attract data centers that have similar clean energy goals to the state. And so there's a little bit of reap what you sow. If that program exists, that's going to attract data centers like Google and Microsoft that have clean energy goals, that are willing to pay a premium to have 24/7 clean, which will help drive investment and market for the clean firm resources that the state needs for our 0 by 40 goal. So that's one of the reasons we think, is we're thinking about these new large loads coming on, trying to make sure that we're attracting large energy users with goals that align with the state. Having that sort of tariff program is going to help with that.
Thank you. And then the last thing on this that I want to mention, and since I'm kind of running short on time, I'll just throw it out there, and then we can talk about it more on Thursday. But a concern that I have with data centers and the amount of growth that's coming is that our resource planning process is not going to be able to keep up with it. That we will, in effect, stretch out the time between when we make decisions in resource planning, and that we have about 5,500 megawatts of natural gas in the state that is kind of just sitting there. It operates, it's very important, but the CCs operate about 35% of the time, and the CTs operate about 5 to 10% of the time, and they would be happy to operate more. I mean, they could ramp up to 55%, and the CTs could ramp up to 20%, and they could serve this load, and we would be out of sync, and that's how we will increase our emissions and our natural gas usage. So what I'm concerned about is I don't want the resource planning process to unwittingly fall into that trap. So everybody you can just say he's crazy, but I think we need to be thinking about the next resource plan being filed in a year rather than 2 years. And I'll just let that sit in, and then we can, people can tell me why later. Ryan Barlow will tell me why that's a bad idea, but through the record, publicly. Anyways, so that's the other thing, and we'll just let that sink in. And now I want to go to my next questions. So I got file in next. I want to go to this is specifically to the company, to Mr. Dobson, and the department. I want to, first of all, on ECO and DSM, I first of all want to, I know the company does a good job, but I don't like the idea of using organic growth in ECO or in energy efficiency and rolling that up as a part of your goal. I think that just doesn't make sense. You don't have any control over organic efficiency, and I don't think it's appropriate to put that in. I do think that the 750 gigawatt goal is very achievable. I'm not quite sure why. You can tell me why it's not achievable, but like I felt like there's a sound basis for that. But I'm not comfortable at all, just saying, yeah, you can include that as a part of your conservation goal in this resource plan. So if you want to respond, and I'd be happy to hear from the department too. Mr. Shaw.
Thanks, Commissioners. Christopher Shaw with the company. Let me just kind of set up what's in the model, how we did the DSM modeling here. So consistent with how I think we did this for the first time in the last resource plan, we modeled these DSM bundles as a supply side resource, so the model can sort of select them like another resource. And we had 3 different bundles available for the model. The first 2 are included in the preferred plan, and so those bundles are basically consistent with the eco filing. That gets us to it's like a 560 gigawatt hour like average annual number.
Okay, so the first 2 bundles get you to 580, and then up to 760 or whatever. That was bundles 3 and 4. I thought it was just the first 2 bundles, so maybe I was out on my skis a little bit.
Make sure I'm following there. So the first 2 get you to that 500 number, consistent with the eco.
Mr. Shaw, can you speak a little closer to your mic? The people in the back can't hear, I guess.
Yep. Apologize for that. What we were doing with them looking at the naturally occurring was that 780 average number came from the last resource plan. And as part of that number included naturally occurring as part of the 780.
The old number included?
The old number included it. So what we wanted to do in showing the naturally occurring was to say, these 2 bundles are consistent with what's in our eco filing. The reason that's different than the 7 or lower than the 780 from the last resource plan is those are not including the naturally occurring. If you did, you would get beyond that 780. So that's how the analysis is set up in this model and in the preferred plan.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Dr. Lieb.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. I think the department's in agreement with you that including this naturally occurring organic energy efficiency is not appropriate. The company should be incentivizing energy efficiency above and beyond what people are doing on their own. That's the whole point of the incentive. And we don't believe they have a way to even measure what naturally occurring organic energy efficiency is very well, so it certainly shouldn't be quantified in any meaningful way. And I think as the administrator of the ECO program, we'd be happy to work with them to help them increase their savings numbers. There's certainly things they could be doing.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lieb. Hold on a second. That covers, I have 5 minutes. Okay, then I can get through my other 2. I think, Mr. Kenworthy, I just wanted to talk about the DG bundles. And a question I had, Mr. Kenworthy, and if anybody else wants to weigh in on this, is that I appreciate putting it into the analysis, but my question or my concern is that this, if we say $10 a megawatt bundle, $20 a megawatt bundle, $30 a megawatt bundle, is that pancaked on top of all of the other incentives that are in place for rooftop solar or CSG or for whatever? So it's like, it is $10 a megawatt, but it's the rate impact is going to actually be, this is net metering plus $10 a megawatt. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Chair Sieben, members of the commission, thanks for the question, Commissioner Sullivan. The way that we designed did that modeling, that is correct. You characterize it correctly. It's on top of existing rate structures, and the that was in our proposal and in comments going back and forth with the company, both in the last IRP and this IRP, we acknowledge that those are questions that we'd have to solve and that would have to be figured out in sort of rate design through a program. And but the idea is that the value is there and that it would be sort of paid for via rates, but as a resource.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question. That's perfect. I don't need to hear. Now I have a question for the company on, I'm interested in the resources that you have in the settlement plan that are outside of or would be seeking a generator interconnection agreement with, or you would be going through the MISO queue. I think it's about 800 megawatts. So you've got some maybe Plum Creek and some of the wind. It's about 800 megawatts of the total. It's about 20% is outside of the transmission lines that are interconnecting at Sherco and King. Of those projects where you're going to be going through the MISO queue, and the MISO queue, as we know, is terribly backlogged, and I thought the comment that the department that is referenced on page 145, I believe, the department says it's reasonable to conclude that no new supply units are available for the first 5 years unless new projects can be acquired in a manner that avoids the MISO GIQ process. So I thought that was a pretty interesting statement and shows that the MISO queue is very broken. MISO, however, is moving towards a expedited queue. Would you be seeking for those 800 megawatts? Are you going to be seeking an ERA's determination if FERC approves that?
Mr. Shaw.
Sure, Commissioner Sullivan. So this is probably the developers will be pursuing the interconnection for their projects. So for the company's projects, we're utilizing the interconnection into Sherco.
But the way that they would be able to get online through the MISO queue, they would have to, at least the way it's currently structured in MISO, it's not yet filed to FERC, but that MISO is going to require it comes from that there's a PPA with the utility or it's company owned. And I'm wondering, the PPA route, you would have to sign a PPA with one of these projects, and then you will have to request of us an ERA's determination. And that's what I'm asking, is that would you be doing that? And you can get back to me another time.
I think we'll have to follow up. We don't have any plans at this point, and I think we would be open to whatever process we would have to go through to make sure those resources were able to come online. But why don't we follow up on Thursday?
Okay, thanks. I think what it means, though, is that you're going to have to get into a PPA to get an ERA's determination so that you can bypass the MISO queue. And my next question would be longer, so I'll wait. Okay. It's on energy adequacy. And the question is around the modeling of energy adequacy, and the settlement agreement, the agreement relies on market purchases for about 12 hours. So power that's outside of, it's from the market. It's not in the four corners of the state of Minnesota or in Zone 1, the way that I think about it. And I'm just wondering, does that that gives me some pause. I always think we need to ensure that, you know, our house is in order, that we can serve, you know, the 8,760 hours of the year, every one of those. If the crap hit the fan, I'd normally say the other word, but if that was bad, that we can solve our problem in state. And then once we know that we can do that, then we go to the market. It's kind of backwards. So I'm worried that we are relying on the market for 120 hours per year and potentially, 120 hours, or for 12 hours per year and 120 hours for the decade. So.
Mr. Shaw.
Sure, Commissioner Sullivan, I think you're referring to the energy, so in like the settlement support comments from October, we had these different energy adequacy kind of matrix
Yep.
of the different metrics. And so in scenario 1, which is the settlement, for 1 year, there is 12 hours of reliance on the MISO market. So I guess let me just first kind of explain for everyone what we're doing with that analysis. So when we're doing the optimization, both in the resource plan and then we use this same process in the settlement, we're not allowing the model to optimize by relying on the MISO market to meet customer needs. And so the idea there is we want to have the resources in our portfolio to serve our own customers. What we're doing here in these energy adequacy matrices is then we're testing that portfolio by looking at a specific year, doing a full 8760 dispatch on those resources, and then adjusting the load shapes, the hourly load shapes, and the hourly gen profiles based on what we observed historically. And then we're running those tests to evaluate the energy adequacy of the portfolio. And so in that scenario, that first scenario, you're seeing there's a number of years where we don't have any. In all of the years, there's no sort of capacity shortfall.
Mr. Shaw, I think some folks in the back of the room can't hear you.
Yeah, I know. So. Too many binders in front of me. So you're seeing several years where or most of the years where there isn't a capacity deficit, and then a couple years where there is some market exposure. So there were a couple of hours where we did have to go to the market to make those purchases. We think this is still a pretty conservative approach in terms of the way that we're doing the modeling and doing the analysis, and a very limited exposure to the MISO market. If you look at the other portfolios, we have a lot of exposure to the MISO market, and so I think we're comfortable that this energy adequacy result is actually showing that we've really minimized the exposure to the MISO market, and we've developed a path forward and a portfolio that will have the resources needed to serve our own load and minimize that risk. I do also want to take the chance to clarify that, we of course interact with the MISO market hourly. We're offering our units in for dispatch. We're buying energy when it's cost effective. We're selling into the market for the benefit of our customers. So this is not to say that we're not going to rely on MISO or we're not going to take advantages of MISO. We expect to continue to benefit from MISO. This is just to ensure that we have the resources in our portfolio to meet our customers' needs.
So thank you. That's helpful. And we can, dig on, you can respond to this later. But what I'm concerned about with that 12 hours is that I think it stands to reason that those 12 hours are not going to come in the predictable way that we would want. They're going to come at the worst hours of the year when the prices are highest and it's, things have frozen up and it's cold and it's not a great time. And the price on the market will be much, much higher. And my concern is that it could lead to an adequacy problem. And maybe I'm overthinking it. I also think that, MISO has a new reliability framework with the reliability-based demand curve, and I'm just concerned that we could be locking in place higher costs.
Sure, appreciate those and agree, really. I mean, I think, ideally those would all be zeros. I think that the fact that they're such small numbers means, we'd be able to manage it. We'd be able to say, look, is the LMP actually okay? And so we could buy through that, or do we need to take other actions, to potentially mitigate? When it's such a low number of hours, I think the exposure is pretty limited and pretty manageable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I have a set of questions, some of which have already been touched on. I think all the parties that are currently at the table could please stay, and if the OAG could also join. And as Ms. Henderly is joining, I'm just going to jump in. So before I dig into my questions, I wanted to tee up an idea of a compliance filing, which is everyone's favorite topic. But, I think the questions from Commissioner Sullivan kind of tee up the need for this compliance filing or perhaps the justification. So we're talking a lot about, what's an appropriate way to manage market exposure. The briefing papers touch on, what is an appropriate capacity factor for various types of resources to justify them. And, there's questions around the amount of energy efficiency that you should be procuring and how much you're procuring through ECO and whether those things are aligned. And so I spoke with staff, and Ms. Ricker helped me to put my idea onto paper, which is not quite ready for prime time, but I will get that ready by Thursday. But I just wanted to hear parties' reactions to the idea that there could be an annual filing in resource planning dockets, particularly this one, and it would just show here was the approved plan based on a number of different factors, including the energy efficiency that would be achieved, the total forecasted demand versus actual demand. So some of the questions I think that Commissioner Sullivan brought up that might make him feel like we need a faster timeline on an IRP, some of those questions could be included in an annual compliance filing. I can run through some of the other ideas here. What would be the capacity procured for and achieved for demand response? Capacity factors for your thermal units and your generation resources, total annual emissions compared to expected annual emissions, and then market purchases as well. So I think these are things that you all as a company report already in a variety of different filings, some to the feds, some to the commission, some to the department. I'd like to build in some flexibility with this idea so that you all could work with commission staff to figure out what the appropriate metrics would be, the reporting timeline, the schedule. So, Mr. Dobson, do you want to start with your reaction?
Sure, Madam Chair. Commissioner Partridge, obviously would reserve a little bit of judgment to see exactly what it is, but I can say, as I sit here, based on what you said, I don't see any problems with doing that. I think that could be a great alternative to a resource plan in 1 year, as one example. But
We're cutting them already.
Maybe the department.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I think the department would support that. As you're thinking about what the requirements are there, I think the only thing that we didn't hear that might be useful is looking at how much carbon emission the plan had in a specific year versus what the actuals were, and a discussion of what is causing the discrepancy. I think there's a chronic issue of assuming combustion turbines are going to run less than 10%, and oftentimes when they're in transmission islands, they run significantly more than that, and that's not well captured in the resource plan because it is a copper sheet and doesn't include any transmission islanding issues. So if you're going to do a compliance filing, look back modeled versus actual, that might be a useful data point to understand as well.
Thank you, Dr. Lieb. I'm looking through the crowd, but Mr. Stolpus, you also are on this, so I think we've captured that in our initial notes, and then I will try to get something out to the parties. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts on that they want to share. Ms. Enderle? I'm sorry, Chair Sieben. Okay, go.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, as you're considering, I would consider that the cost of a resource plan is something that's estimated and included, and updates on that, I think, is really helpful to see if the estimations of the cost of, the plan that's selected are meeting the actual costs. So I don't know how to do that. I'll defer to anyone else. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Then that sounds great. I'll work on getting that together, and thank you for your feedback. And then thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for starting at such a place where everyone was welcoming a new compliance filing. So I want to just clarify some things on energy efficiency. That should be pretty quick. So I share the opinion that naturally occurring energy efficiency should not be counted towards the company's achievements. I wanted to touch on decision option 71. So, Dr. Lieb, you all have a decision option in here, and you discussed in your comments that the efficiency bundles that were selected by the IRP are not consistent with the ECO required first year savings. Is that that's my understanding. Is that accurate, Dr. Lieb?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I would probably need to phone a friend on that, but that general characterization, that's consistent with my understanding. If you want more details, I might need to find Steve or talk to Anthony Fryer and get back to you on Thursday.
Okay. I think that's fine. We don't have a ton of time. So I think we can include something related to this in the compliance filing I'm thinking of. So we want to make sure that the ECO requirements, the ECO achievements, and the IRP approved energy efficiency procurement levels are consistent, and that those goals are being met. So that is helpful. And then my other clarification is also for Dr. Lieb. So initially in here, I have the department supporting 72, but based on your conversation with Commissioner Sullivan, are you now supporting 73, which would say naturally occurring efficiency won't count towards Xcel's achievement?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I think if the commission wants to include naturally occurring energy efficiency, we need 72 to make it very clear how they're quantifying that, but we would prefer 73. So sorry for the not making that clear when we submitted our preferred. We would prefer to just not include it, but if it does get included, it needs to include 72.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that was easy. Now I have something that might require some more conversation. And so I want to talk about decision option 32 and 33 proposed by the Office of the Attorney General. These particular decision options provide a pathway for some flexibility around the negotiated bid prices for projects, but they provide a bit more of a guardrails around those negotiations and sort of the burden of proof, if you will, on any kinds of price increases. I would like to hear, I think, first from the company, why that would be problematic, or if it would be problematic, because it, like I said, it does provide flexibility, it seems, within the framework. So.
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge. When we're talking about cost caps, the first thing I'd want to say is a couple things. We are in a pretty tight market right now, both on the resource acquisition side, in terms of PPAs, and the material side, in terms of building our own resources. And I think that, with, first with the PPAs, every one of those resources is going to have to come back to the commission. And so, and for your approval, and your approval at that time will be whether that that project is in the public interest. And you're going to, and I imagine we're going to have to answer, whether it be in discovery requests or comments, at least some of the questions that are addressed here. But I think having that flexibility with parties that, frankly, I think having that flexibility as we're negotiating with parties is important to us. When it comes to our own projects, I think that, again, all of those are going to have to, at a very minimum, we're going to have to demonstrate prudence in a cost recovery proceeding. And what that means is, if we do see some sort of cost increase that's very material, we want to make sure to bring that back. We're like that it's not a good decision for us to go through with something and then drop it on at the end in a cost recovery proceeding after it's all built. So you're going to see all of these again in the instance that prices go up. I don't know where they're going to go, but our concern is just wanting to make sure that we create as much flexibility as we can as we're working with parties on negotiating these agreements.
Can I hear from Ms. Henderly?
Chair Steven, Commissioner Partridge, as I noted in my opening, we feel really strongly that these are important guardrails to protect ratepayers. I think it actually streamlines the process. I mean, as Mr. Dobson just noted, parties can come in and request discovery to the extent, we can, the department can, to the extent Xcel wants to provide it to third parties, they can. And this just provides them, it gets a step going on what needs to be provided right away with the filing, right? Instead of just filing a PPA, maybe having 5 or 6 pages double spaced about why it's a good deal, this tells them, hey, you have to show evidence of X, Y, Z. I think that setting, if it's this or really clear standards for what the commission is going to be looking at when these are coming back is important. I think it's also important for transparency. I think this shows the public that the commission is really looking out for ratepayers and reviewing these really carefully. While Mr. Dobson is correct that, there is a cost recovery component to all of their self-build projects, it's often in a rate case, it's riders, it's with a lot of other things. It's hard to track that several years out, and sometimes, we try to monitor it, but it gets lost in a rate case where there's a million other issues. So I think putting it forward in this way on a timeline, there's a 4-month timeline in the stipulation, and just, giving the parties more clear homework on what they need to come back with, I think is really important, and I think it will actually help speed up the process for approval. So thank you.
Could I also hear from the department or other maybe the CEOs? I understand needing the flexibility. I understand that the market is changing. We're hearing about the potential, we're hearing about tariffs that, are going to affect prices for our infrastructure potentially very significantly. So I'm not trying to be rigid, but it does seem like some sort of framework, to Ms. Henderly's point, around what those increased costs, what's causing them, and some sort of detailed requirement for what you need to show us that it's reasonable might be helpful. Maybe the department or the CEOs could weigh in on that.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Partridge, I think the department would be open to some version of this, but I want to make it clear, to sort of echo what Mr. Dobson pointed out. Approving these projects is not approving the cost of them immediately. They still have to come in the bids have to be approved, the cost recovery has to be approved through a rate case, and I think the department's concern is whether this is adding extra process to an already existing process. And I'm not sense, like, I don't believe these things are going to be lost in a rate case. These are significant resource additions that are the types of things we should be carefully looking at in a rate case. But I think if it gives the commission some comfort to do these things on a fairly quick time, to make sure we're doing this on a fairly quick timeline, or to say that when the rate recovery comes in or when the bid approval comes in, we're going to specifically look at these things and just sort of put some guardrails on an already existing procedural point that we have to do anyways. That might be a more efficient way to do this. As I stated in my opening, I think part of why the department is so happy with this settlement and the bids that we've chosen is that we are in an environment where there are rapidly increasing costs and supply chain constraints and real risk around continuation of clean energy tax credits. And I think the sooner we can get these projects approved, the better it's going to be for ratepayers, because I do not think we're moving into a political climate that's going to be real supportive of large renewable energy projects.
I agree with that. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to keep rolling here because I don't want to run over time. Okay. I'm going to skip around here. Okay, I did have some questions related to the equity reporting, both for the CEOs and also for the department. So for the CEOs, you all signed onto the settlement. There are 3 specific points, I think it's 46 through 48, related to equity and labor within that. And then there are a list of additional recommendations around equity. Are you still supporting some or all of the additional 49 through 53?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, yes.
Okay. And it felt a little bit like some of these are duplicative. Okay, the other question I have is I see a couple of references to this income level of $40,000 and below. One of the concerns I have is that in state statute and in our federal programs, we already have multiple definitions of low income. So we've got the ECO definition, which happens to align with the IRA definition. We've got the LIHEAP definition, which aligns with the Weatherization Assistance Program definition. None of those align with 40,000. Why did you pick 40,000, and why would we add a new metric?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge. Very good question. So the number itself is somewhat arbitrary, but it's it was just picked to get at a particular issue of acknowledging that we have the low income definitions. But then when there was a further look at the data, the realization was that the low income spend is going to the higher end of the low income range. And so the very poorest and very most low income folks, the participation in energy efficiency was almost non-existent from the data we saw. And so it's an attempt to, I don't think add a new requirement, add a new definition per se, but more draw attention to that discrepancy. And, our hope is that with a little more, with the data, sunlight on the issue, we can start to work towards solutions to that policy problem, sort of like coalesce, is there a problem? We see that in the data, but with more data and more discussion, this is a policy problem we want to solve. How do we get at it? So it's really an arbitrary number meant to start to bring data towards that policy question. And our asks here are just for reporting, sure. Not for any new requirements or anything like that. But
okay, and what data were you looking at when you said you identified this? And I apologize if I missed that in the record.
I'm not sure I have the source of the data. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, thank you. And then I also wanted to talk to the department about, in another section of the briefing papers, you have some equity and workforce recommendations. It's 77 through 79. I was looking at 77, and I specifically noted that there were some requirements around reporting for tribal lands, concerns raised by tribal governments. There was one that says whether proximity to nuclear plants near tribal land presents an opportunity for increased diversity in comparison to other plants. I'm wondering if department staff consulted with any tribal governments and specifically the Prairie Island Indian community in developing any of those recommendations.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I think that's one I'm going to have to check with my staff and get back to on Thursday how those were developed.
Okay, I think that would be helpful to know. And then I also wanted to know how these proposed reporting requirements relate to the utility diversity reporting requirements that you in 216C51 or docket 24101.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, the things that the department is enabled to ask in the diversity reporting are very narrow based on how the legislation was written, and I think these recommendations here are intended to be more targeted, get more specific data without being bound by what's in statute.
Okay, thank you. Let me see, I'm going to see which ones I can fit in my 2 minutes here. Okay, demand response, decision option 18, this is to the company. Can you explain your alternative 18 and why you prefer that to the original 18 in 30 seconds or less?
Do you have the alternative? Thank you, Commissioner. I think I can. So our alternative is really intending to agree with that decision option, but I think just clarify the total number of demand response megawatts in the bundles selected in the preferred plan. So in other words, I think what decision option original 18 was trying to get at was, in addition to bundles 1 through 4, bundle 6 was selected, and that's the like 60 to 70 megawatts, and the 1365 is just the total of bundles 1 through 4 and 6.
Okay. That was helpful and very concise. Thank you. And then I had a question about modified 20. So it looks like, so 20 is included in the settlement. And this is related to the track 1, track 2 bidding process for the carbon-free customer programs. And then the department recommended a modified 20, and I just wanted to get the position of the settlement or the parties to the settlement on this modified one. And I'm not sure who to ask to represent that group. It says, it adds a statement that says, in the petition requesting approval of the proposed resource acquisition, Xcel will discuss its approach to ensure non-participating customers are not harmed. I don't know that it changes it. Maybe the company has a position on it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, we're fine with it. We
Okay.
We think we were going to be doing that anyways.
Okay. I think that's most of my questions, unless I wanted to open up a really big can of worms, but I think I have full, I'm sure that the other commissioners will. But I did want to say that this was, first of all, the briefing papers were fantastic, so I appreciate that. This was such an interesting settlement agreement, and I was really quite happy to see some of the really innovative projects that bid into the firm dispatchable docket. I'm very excited to see the thermal battery project come back. That is one of the most exciting things in there. I really appreciate the company and the parties perhaps working directly with the Prairie Island Indian community, and really am excited to have that in the final decision here, and the support of and participation of the Prairie Island Indian community in this docket. So thank you, everybody. This was great.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Partridge. Let's take a break until 3:10, and we'll come back and proceed with the next commissioner's questions. Commissioner Tuma. Commission stands in recess. Commission will come back from its recess and we'll turn it over to Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Commissioner Partridge didn't want to jump into the can of worms, but you know me, I'll start right away in the can of worms. And let's talk about Lyon County, in particular the CN discussion. Our friends, Ms. Hinderly, came up with argument why you should have a CN. But let's just have one of these practical discussions I used to have when I was a backwater attorney down in Northfield. Client comes in, absolutely, you have a right to sue that company for $500. They definitely hose you over. Let's go for it. Here's my retainer for $2,000. Okay, but before we do that, do you want to have the practical discussion? Okay, and so I want to have that practical discussion. Let's assume you're absolutely right. Your legal argument, spot on. Ms. Hinderly was absolutely wrong. Okay, you would win that legal argument. But let's just have the practical discussion of this. In part, now I'm not the attorney because usually when we get sued, it ends up my name's on the lawsuit for some reason. I don't know why. But let's just have that practical discussion. And so I want to look at this first from a practical standpoint. Where we sit today, okay, is you have, kind of in the mix of this, not a right to a large power plant, okay? You have to get a permit from somebody. Now, you get either a permit from the local unit of government because it's a CT, okay? Minnesota Statute 216E.05, sub 2, paragraph 2. You could actually go to, if it's Lyon County or whoever, you could go to them for the permits. You don't have to come to us. But I'm going to guess that you probably are. So that's question one from a practical standpoint. Is it your plan for the permit to come to us for this CT?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yes, our plan is to come to you.
So from a practical standpoint, it's going to, you got to come and do something, okay? The other reality is, for whatever reason, gas plants gain opposition, okay? Last gas plant, we even got somewhat close to permitting, was the Maggie Trail, and that was only a, service was a agreement with Minnesota Power and the other utilities, and we got sued on that one. So we do know that gas plants, for whatever reason, have opposition. Now, the good news is, okay, you're probably in a good moral ground here. You don't have all the environmental groups, but you have the department agreeing with you. You have Mr. Gleckner and his clients. You have the Minnesota Center for the Environment. I think you have, Clean Grid, Sierra Club. So you're sitting from a practical standpoint, you have the high moral ground, at least enough to say, yeah, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Now, if they were to be asked individually on this specific project, are you liking it? And they would probably say to me, no, right, Mr. Gleckner? But in the overall scheme of things, it's a good deal, right? Because we got bison taken care of, got that put to bed, hopefully for good. And there's a whole bunch of other things that you got in the settlement. So if I got you in a bar on your own, you would say, yeah, we're not thrilled about Lyon County, but that a fair assessment?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I guess I would say we came at this resource plan wanting to see no new fossil build. Absolutely. That's the starting point and sort of, the idea of applying maximum scrutiny. In our analysis, in all the scenarios we ran, we found that we needed Lyon County in there to meet reliability.
And get a whole bunch of new wind and solar.
Right. So we like the deal overall. Do I wish we could make this all work without it? Yes. But we found that we couldn't do that. And so I wouldn't even say it was like we traded getting Lyon County for the rest of this stuff. We in a vacuum, we wouldn't take it. Our analysis showed that it was necessary.
And that's a good moral high ground going into any debate down the road when you come in front of us. That's the good news. The bad news, you don't got all of them on board. And the OAG has laid out an argument that, from a ratepayer perspective and a lot of other perspectives, a legitimate argument. You don't need to answer that one, but I do. I'm looking at it. I'm sitting back and looking at this whole selected argument and getting in the debate about whether it was selected because of a process or not. I could go back and forth, but I feel some risk there, that exists. Let's go to page 18 of your reply comments of December. I think it was December 18th. And page 18, I think it is. And you had a discussion there that, given the facts, I view this risk as real. You pointed that I don't think Ms. Hindley and the AOAG has any merit to their argument. Their argument was without merit. But then you had a footnote at the bottom of that, footnote 84, and you say, even if the OAG were correct, okay, the record demonstrates that Lyon County Generation Station satisfies the factors that are required to obtain a CN. Attachment A, which I read through, includes information about Lyon County Generation Station as it relates to a CN criteria. I read it, pretty good layout. Now, I don't want to say absolutely you met all the conditions of a CN because it might come in front of us at some point, but it seems like you have developed in this record a pretty good, robust evidence that you would meet the CN conditions. I think that's a fair argument that you're laying out here, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think that's right, but I'm going to have
Mr. Barlow,
take that.
welcome here.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Tuma. Ryan Barlow on behalf of Xcel Energy. I think the first thing that we'd like to make clear, Commissioner, is that there is not a requirement to get a certificate of need for Lyon County.
I got that. I agree with you now. We're talking a practical argument. Okay, don't go all lawyer on me. I know you're used to doing that with me. Okay, I'm talking about.
And
the
he's just a
argument.
simple lawyer too.
A simple lawyer. You got to talk to me. It's
I'm not
2-syllable words.
Commissioner Tuma, when we are looking at footnote 84 on page 18, when we put that information in, what we were really trying to do is give the commission comfort that we recognize that this is a little different than a CN, but that the record is fully developed. As to Lyon County, we wanted to make sure that it was easy for the commission and the other parties to find where that information was so that you could understand there aren't questions. We have met those requirements. We've given that information. It was in the initial bid, and the project has been confirmed by our pretty detailed Encompass analysis, which Mr. Shaw can explain if we need more details on it.
And for this discussion, I'm assuming that fact. Now, again, if it comes before me, we'll analyze that. I don't want to commit to it, but as I sit here today, I can make that assumption. I'm feeling comfortable about it. But there appears to be, therefore, then, not a whole lot of work to be done. So I actually worked with our staff, talked through them. From a practical standpoint, what does this mean? What if we did 24D? What would that result for, that's decision option 24D, what would be the actual practical result, okay? And here's my assessment, okay? I want you to respond to it. From a practical standpoint, this means you've got to start your work a little bit earlier, okay? Probably hire one of your junior associates that you want to train up in this area and tell them, go put together a CN application. It's all there. Don't worry about it, okay? And we'll watch over you, but so we're only paying for a junior associate to put it together, okay? Starting a little bit earlier. My guess, because we've already determined that there's probably going to be folks that oppose it because it's natural gas, okay? They're going to challenge you on completeness, okay? And you're probably not going to get in front of us in 2 weeks on a consent calendar. It's probably going to be 6 to 8 weeks before a completeness decision. So that's going to be added to the time frame, okay? And then from a practical standpoint, you're going to do it jointly. We always approve CNs and permits to come to us. You're going to come to us to do it jointly. It's going to add some more work to your time and some more uncertainty, and you got to bring witnesses involved. But from a time perspective, it really doesn't add any time. It just adds more work that you have to do. But from the process of beginning the application until you get an order from an ALJ, which is a risk, you don't know what the ALJ is going to do. Those are your risks here. And I'm looking at it going, okay, that doesn't seem like a lot. What would be your response?
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Chuma. Thank you. I think I better understand the question you've got. I do think there's additional risk that isn't captured in your question, and that's that we need certainty about whether the Commission wants this project, because if we want the project, we need to start taking actions to bring the project to construction. For example, placing orders for critical components.
A little louder. No, your microphone's on. You just need to be closer to the mic,
I
Mr.
can do
Barlow.
that. Thank you, Chair. We need to start taking actions like ordering critical components that are in great demand right now, for which the price could increase significantly. If we don't have a decision from the Commission that the Commission is comfortable and selects this project, it may not be possible for us to make those orders and put money on the line. And so what we need is an understanding about whether the Commission wants Lyon County, so that we can start to move forward, recognizing that we will need a permit. But it is very important that we get a decision soon from this proceeding about whether Lyon County is the right way to meet the needs of our customers. Because if it's not, we have to start exploring other projects, and we have to do it very fast to ensure that we have a project that can be in service at the time it's needed. There's a difference between the permit process, Commissioner Tuma, where we're going to have to show you where the project will be sited, talk about environmental mitigations, control all the factors. That's very different from, is this the right project? And it's critical that that decision be made in this proceeding, especially because we do not need to obtain a certificate of need under the law.
I got that. I mean, I know what you're saying there, but I'm just looking from a practical standpoint. If we approve, though, this settlement, when I'm looking at the decision option, it doesn't say, oh, gee, that we're not going to approve any of these projects. All those projects are going to have some sort of regulatory, I think that's what you said, it's going to come back to us at some point, or maybe Dr. Lieb said it. It's going to come back in front of us at some point. It's going to come back in front of us. By approving this settlement, we've approved Lyon County being in the mix with all the other ones. I don't know why we're doing a CN is going to create any problems, other than it could save us one less legal argument that we're challenged on when we get done with this, because it seems like these all end up in the Court of Appeals, and I'd hate to have a situation where we didn't do the CN and as a technicality and it's kicked back to us, and we now have a CN after the whole proceeding is done. I think that puts things more at risk than just doing the CN up front when we're not talking about a lot of expense. What's your response to that?
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Tuma. I think that when we've been thinking about Lyon County, we're focused on the risk for our customers about whether we can provide them with safe and reliable service. And our assessment is that we need Lyon County. We need a decision to move forward with it much sooner rather than later. We recognize that there could be some legal risk. We're very comfortable that it's the right time to approve the project and move forward. And we're concerned that delaying a decision on that could create energy adequacy risks, reliability risks, could imperil our ability to get renewables on the energy connection line at the time we need them. We think those are the most important thing to focus on, and that's where our focus has been.
But I don't see how the message is you're not going to get Lyon County if it's part of a resource plan in a settlement. It's a question about going through the appropriate steps to make sure CN analysis was done. And that's the concern I have, is we don't do the CN analysis, we could end up in a litigation somewhere down the road. Don't want to signal to these people what to do, but it doesn't surprise me, because it seems like, look at the Maggie Trail. They'll fight anything, and I'm just trying to take one argument out of their quiver by just doing the CN analysis. You still have a message that you have an approved resource plan with Lyon County in it.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Tuma. I had understood that you were asking what we thought about requiring us to get a certificate of need instead of selecting the project now. If what you're asking is, what if we did both and we selected the project in the settlement, and we were ordered to get a certificate of need. I think that's something that we'd need to go back and talk about because it had not occurred to us that.
I look at decision option 24, and I perceive that to say, in addition to the settlement, Xcel shall get a certificate of need for Lyon County turbine and shall not construct it unless the certificate of need is granted. I suppose that's the language you're worried about, but that's the statute.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuma. We understand decision option 24D to mean that the commission hasn't approved the project. We're asking that the project be approved now. And we view that decision option is not consistent with approving the settlement and selecting the project in the resource plan.
Ms. Hinderlich, we could approve the settlement with Lyon County in there and still require a CN. I don't think you were indicating that you want to throw Lyon County out of the settlement, were you?
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. No, we weren't, and I think that a lot of the confusion probably deals with how 24D is kind of burrowed in the decision options. When we had contemplated both this requirement and all of our additional, kind of process requirements, it was if the commission approves the settlement, then these are the additional steps that need to be taken. So that was our contemplation, was that this would be additive to the approval of the stipulation, not instead of it. So.
And you would agree they have a legal argument too on their side. So what you're trying to do, I think, is resolve that legal argument now, provide clarity of how to proceed going forward, given that there's uncertainty with this. All the other projects you expect to meet all their permitting and CN requirements if they have it too, right?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I would agree that if this went to the Court of Appeals, I don't know how they would decide it.
And so what you've offered, and I think what I'm trying to get to, is if we approve the settlement and require a CN, is not opposition to Lyon County. It's just meaning Lyon County has to step through the appropriate steps so that we can deal with the CN issues, which shouldn't be too difficult. You would agree with that, right?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, as I emphasized in my opening statement, we don't oppose any specific project, and Lyon County is included within that. And yes, we did note that a lot of the work appears to have been done. The stipulation, or rather, the proceeding at OAH was delayed, suspended just a few days before direct testimony. So I imagine Xcel has a lot of the support that they would provide on hand.
I'm going to move on to nukes, Madam Chair. I don't know how much time you've allotted for me, but I want to make sure I don't. 3:45. Let's just talk, and thank you. I think I have a clearer picture where I think we can go with this and try to provide hopefully clarity for you by Thursday what I'm thinking. There was a couple phrases in the settlement that I want to get a better understanding of. And you talked about on page 5 and 6 of the settlement about targets for resource acquisition. Targets was the word that jumped out to me. And then you talked about the wind, the solar, the standalone. And then you said, here's what you say about the nukes. You say, nuclear, extend Monticello nuclear generating plant to 2050 and Prairie Island 1 and 2 to 2053 and 2054 respectively for planning purposes. And that's the other term that I want to understand. And I remember this one from the 2019 because we talked about in the 2019 order, which we issued in April 15th, 2022, we said the commission will approve the remainder of Xcel's alternative plan. This is the 2019 IRP for planning purposes, except for Fargo and Lyon. We kind of set those aside for something to be dealt with. Here we are, dealing with it. So I'm just trying to get my brain around this term. Is that kind of a term you folks use, and what does it mean?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, what it's reflecting is the fact that we will need CNs to build the extra dry cask storage to actually extend the lives of these plants. So you've obviously approved one for Monticello to be extended out till 2040, and you have in front of you another one to extend Prairie Island, which you haven't decided, and then we would need to bring another one for Monticello to finish out from 2040 to 2050. So it's simply reflecting the fact that you haven't decided on the CN side of those life extensions.
And I think that's where I thought the answer was. I want to make sure that that was the case. We've approved Monticello through 2040, okay? And we also have the dry cask storage, which that was the CN that was in front of us. You don't need a CN to continue to operate the facility. You need a CN to store more stuff there. And in that CN is a discussion about whether they should continue on. I mean, that's part of the discussion. Right. So, I mean, and so that's what you're open to in saying we're going to do. And so for planning purposes, though, I would think that would mean something. Is like now for Monticello, for example, if in 2035 you needed to put a new pump on some place that might last to, 2060 or 2050, okay, you could do that, and we would have to view that in the perspective that we've already kind of said you can plan for that. And that would come up in a rate recovery argument that you would make. I would assume that you would make to us. You've extended and said we can plan for these things. I would expect that you would do that, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I mean, if we're operating the plant till 2050, we're going to have a variety of maintenance work that we're going to have to do. And sure, there's equipment that might, that you have to install that might last longer than the plant is planned for. That's just the nature of equipment. But I don't think that is related to the decisions here.
But you would, at some point, to get past 2040, you're going to come to us. More than likely, it's going to be a CN for additional storage.
Yeah, when you're talking about Monticello, that's right. Yes, we're going to need a CN.
And that's the same question I have. It's similar for Prairie Island and the two units there. Now, we're planning for them, but unlike what we did in the Monticello situation, we've actually had a CN discussion. We haven't had that for Prairie Island. We're just going to say, well, you can plan for past that, but you got to come back to us. And I looked at the timing it took us to get Monticello from application to our CN. It was quite a bit of time. And so I'm trying to understand what your plan is to come back to us for Prairie Island on a storage. Is that sometime within the next couple years, next resource plan? How do you envision that decision coming to us? Similar to Monticello, where you have to do a separate CN for storage? What is your plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, we've actually filed that CN, and that is at the OAH right now. So that is working its way through, and we'll come back to you with what we see as plenty of time before we would need to actually build anything in front of Prairie.
But for those who are listening, that's the game right now of deciding whether Prairie Island should continue. That's where that decision is going to be made.
Right. And to fully clarify that out, there's also a decision by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to give us an extended license.
And that was the other term I struggled with on page 3. You had this in your settlement. The comments filed on August 7th indicate consistency on some of those most important issues in the proceeding. For example, the capacity expansion models introduced by the company, the department, and CO all indicate need to procure significant renewable and storage resources during the next 5 years. The modeling supports the extension of the company's nuclear resources for planning purposes, again, that we've talked through that. But here's the one that I struggle with. Recognizing that final decisions on those extensions must be pursued in other venues. And here's where the old attorney in my brain started going, a venue to me means a court of separate jurisdiction, okay? So the NRC would be obvious, but you didn't mean to say you're not coming back here. The venue would be another docket, another filing.
That's correct. You're reading that right.
And as I was looking at it too, the PVRR, Mr. Rocco, you might want to wake up. He shakes his head no. I'm looking at page 91 of our briefing papers, and that's where we talk about the PVRs for the nukes. I'm just trying to get my brain around what this means. it basically shows that under what is known as the scenarios for the nukes, that there's expenses going, when you look at the nukes in scenario, there is a PVRR that actually is in black, which means it's more expensive. And so I was just curious, Mr. Rocco, if you would know, when would the models start selecting something other than that you've done on this? When would the models start selecting something other than the nuclear power plants? And what would they select? I'm going to guess CT units, but I'm just trying to understand. When I look at this, it seems like between 24 and 2027, so up to 2047, it starts to be in a cost. So would we know that from the modeling that you've done, or is this all we really know about the cost of the nuclear facilities?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Steve Rocco from the department. The nuclear extensions were run differently. There's scenario 1 where there's no extensions, and then there's scenario 2 where you have Prairie Island extended, and scenario 3 where they're both extended, Prairie Island and Monticello. And so you have to look at scenario 1 and you see what you would do if you decide not to go forward with the nuclear units. Mm-hmm. It's not something you would pick in any one particular year.
So really there's nothing we know at one point to these. The models show us when these become less economic, the choice of keeping them running.
Well, you could look at the annual data and it would show you it's cost effective for years 1, 2, and 3, and then it becomes not cost effective in years 4, 5, and 6, or what have you. You could do that, yes. But in general, the decision has always been taken as through the end of the NRC license, that the 20 years is the general approach. That doesn't mean you have to do it now.
At some point in there, there's going to be a point where it reaches the point you could argue is uneconomical. The modeling would show.
Yes. And people could look at it in resource plans. They could look at it in rate cases. There's a number of potential forms.
And are really not comparing a particular resource against it. So.
Yeah, and that's the problem of doing it outside of a resource plan. You might shut down the plant because it looks like it's really expensive compared to the market prices, but find out wind is even more expensive, or what have you.
Whatever else comes on.
Yeah.
And I think that's the challenge that we'll know probably in 15 years when we start getting closer to 2040. What other resources might have picked up and become less expensive that are carbon free, and that'll be the debate we'll have to have at that stage. But that's the other analysis where you look at environmental costs.
Yes.
But in and of themselves, they're not economical at some point in this resource plan.
Yes, and I'll just remind the Commission, you've never made decisions based on revenue requirement calculations. There's statutes about requiring to use the societal cost.
That's all I have on that one. Oh, I got time for Rondo. I saw Rondo and I thought, oh boy, they're doing some environmental justice thing in the neighborhood out here just out by the Capitol. That's very good of them, But they're not. It's something totally different. So if Rondo does come here, so Rondo, if you're listening, and if you want to do something good for the state of Minnesota, there's a neighborhood that was named Rondo that was destroyed by a freeway back in 1956, if I remember right, I-94. They still do have a Rondo Days festival there in July, so maybe you can, buy a float in the Rondo's Day parade. But the Rondo, what I want to know on that is, it seems like, and this is where Mr. Gleckner needs to get back. You can go be done with this. Mr. Gleckner, I'm assuming this is something you pushed for, but you can correct me if I'm not accurate, to get in the settlement.
Not particular, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, not particularly, and I think Dr. Lieb knows more about the project than I do.
Okay, so Dr. Lieb, I'm just looking at this going, it's interesting that it's in front of us in the fashion it is. It seems like it is meant to be a pilot that they can come forward with. But what if Xcel just doesn't do it very well? It doesn't seem like there's a penalty here. There's just a trust that they're going to make a reasonable effort with the Rondo folks. Is that my understanding?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, the department believes that between our regulatory authority and your regulatory authority, we should monitor and work with Xcel to make sure that the pilot's designed in a way that it is effective and done well. And that would be something when they bring forward their filing. The department will note there's no size requirement in the order point here. That was something we went back and forth on. And I think we'll see what Xcel proposes when they actually bring the pilot forward, and that might be something we want to have a robust discussion on, is exactly what size is appropriate to build here. I think in general, the department's really excited about this project. There's a number of different firm resource opportunities that are sort of starting to come into commercial scale. And the thermal heat batteries are one that is a really good fit for Minnesota because they work really well with renewables that would otherwise be curtailed or transmission congested. And they're very efficient in terms of storing heat, and they're good in places where we don't have other opportunities. Like we don't have a lot of opportunity for CCS in the state without a pipeline that'll get us to somewhere that has geologic storage. We don't have really good geothermal resources in the state, but this medium to long duration thermal storage is something that we at the department are really excited about seeing how it scales and supports the clean energy development in Minnesota and pairs well with our existing wind and solar resources.
It took me a while to understand how it all worked after I did a little research, and so I think I finally kind of figured out the function of it. But just from a settlement standpoint, as it comes to us, it's not a new technology they're using. It's in use. I didn't see where they said they're using it for electric generation yet, but they're definitely using it in biofuel type factories out in California. So it's gone to scale somewhat, not full scale operation, but it's a pilot stage at this stage. What I'm curious about is whether you believe the signatories to the settlement are bound to support this when it comes forward, or whether our clean energy folks are free to disagree with it being. I actually thought it was going to be the other way around, by the way. So, that they're free to disagree with and say, wait a minute, we're not buying this. It seemed to me that's the way the settlement was written, but I just want to understand that's what you understood, and then I want to hear from the others.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I don't think we're bound to support the exact design of the pilot that Xcel brings forward. I think we all want to see a pilot come forward, and then I think reasonable parties could disagree on the terms of that pilot in terms of size, duration, cost, things like that, once it's actually brought forward.
Right. Mr. Gleckner, just to make sure.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yeah, I agree with that.
Those are all the questions I had, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hahn.
I yield my time to me, Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So I'll start with Xcel. So have you run the Encompass model post-settlement?
Thank you, Commissioner Ham. You mean, so we've ran the Encompass model with the settlement resources. And so your question is, have we done additional modeling since then? No.
So there's nothing in the record showing that why this settlement is good, other than we agree.
No, there was modeling done specifically to support the settlement.
No, yeah, that's what I was asking.
Sorry.
Yes,
I
misunderstood.
was confused.
Yeah. So that's in the record.
So that's in the record, and that's the modeling that's in the that we discussed in the October filing supporting the settlement. Yes.
Thank you. That's my understanding. That was why I was asking. So have you updated your load forecast, including energy, in that compared to your original filing?
No. So we tried to basically keep the general framework for the modeling for the in the settlement consistent with all of the assumptions that we made in the IRP.
Okay, thank you. So how many wind and solar profiles have you used in your modeling run? Have you used a site-specific profile, or have you used a generic? If you used just generic, how many different profile have you used?
Sure. So there are site-specific profiles developed for existing resources. For
Sorry, for the new one.
Yep, for new generics, then we have like an average profile that we use for the expansion, and then we developed some specific wind profiles that we've then also utilized as a sensitivity, where we've got profiles. I think 3 profiles, like a Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota profile. And then we've also done that reliability analysis where we're adjusting renewable profiles based on historical experience in different weather years. So between all of those, there's a number of different profiles that we're looking at.
So haven't you asked these bidders to provide their own wind or solar profile when they're bidding into your request for proposal for the process?
So is the question, did they provide their own profiles? They provide, so we review the information that they provide in terms of their capacity factors. I would have to double check on if we used our own wind profiles or used those, but we're reviewing the information that they provide to model those resources.
Okay, thank you. And then your sensitivity or scenario run, you ran several MISO uncertainty. One of the things I didn't see is solar capacity accreditation uncertainty. Even though you have done battery and wind uncertainty, I don't see it in the briefing paper.
I don't. So we did the sensitivity around the storage. So what we use for sorry, commissioners, what we used for capacity accreditation for those resources was the information we had for the current planning year, and then we're blending that into the RRA study results for the long term. As far as we had when we were developing this resource plan, we had concerns about what the future accreditation is going to be for these resources, and part of the reason we moved to this methodology where we're doing a very detailed hourly look in the optimization on how these resources actually meet load is we could address some of that uncertainty with future accreditation through that methodology, rather than having us try to guess at like what exactly the accreditation is going to be in the future.
Then, since you ran the LBDC uncertainty, have you run the seasonality?
Yeah. So, thanks for the question, Commissioner Hom. So, in the resource plan and in the settlement modeling, we were able to incorporate the seasonal construct. So there's seasonal requirements and SAC values for all the resources included in the modeling.
Okay, thank you. In that case, the page 110 of the briefing paper, you're using cost of new entry as a price cap rather than the most recent MISO seasonal penalty cap.
Sorry, could you repeat the page?
So page 110 of briefing paper, there is a comparison between department and yours, right? In the middle of it, there is a discussion about the cost of new entry value is being used as a capacity value versus less than that department was using for their run. Input capacity market price.
Sure. Okay, sure. I see. And so the question is.
Yeah.
I missed the question.
So you are running the RBDC as a sensitivity, right, which you assume that you have to comply with the RBDC within this framework. As you just said, rather than you speculate with a potential change, you use whatever is already in the tariff. seasonality is already in the tariff with the RBDC with a higher potential capacity penalty. So it wasn't done.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. So we ran a sensitivity where we had additional reserve margin required, and then the model is optimizing to meet that higher level reserve.
Yeah, but you didn't update the market capacity price to higher than cost of new entry.
Oh, sure, that's correct. But what the model's doing is actually selecting a different set of resources to meet those requirements. Yeah,
that's
sorry,
okay.
I follow now, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, go to the PPA. So when you are running this post-settlement or the support the settlement run, have you used any number for the PPAs in that run?
In terms of price or capacity?
Whatever number you have to input into your model, right?
Sure. So we're using the numbers from the bid.
Bids, okay. Is there any other number in this record to support this settlement other than that numbers?
Like different costs or different? No. So what we've done in terms of the analysis is to use the inputs,
Yeah.
right?
And then I understand Xcel updated your numbers. Your self-build number was updated
Correct.
at that time. Yes.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So that is a record, and you support this settlement with that number. So you have an updated number. Bid is as provided by the developers.
Right. Yep. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And for our projects commissioner, then those updated costs were also included in the modeling.
Okay. Thank you. In the PPA detail, and I went through this Invenergy, Cannon Fall, and the Mankato Energy Center original PPA when I was at the department. So I know the detail of this contract. One of the component is potentially pricing based on availability or dispatchability. Particularly on this one, dispatchability is a key thing because it's a dispatchability dockets, and this unit is procured under the name of the dispatchability, right? Under that, now we have a different peak under the MISO proposed direct LOL, which is already approved by the FERC. Now our peaking hour is no longer 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock MISO Eastern time. Potentially it will be a midnight. Do you know that?
I'm not familiar with exactly what you're referring to, Commissioner, but,
So,
sure, I generally agree that there's a risk of the peaks changing, sure.
So that's why I think your PPA negotiation has to focus on how you define dispatchability. Because you cannot just use good old day net dependable capacity as a dispatchability variable, which was assuming that everything is equal. We are no longer in that time. I think MISO clearly defined we need this capacity at the time of a critical hour. So that contract has to clearly reflect the critical hour. Otherwise, I think we have to rethink about this PPA. And then also, are you, not Mr. Shaw, but Xcel, do you know the term available maximum emergency under the MISO tariff? I think in the recent Artel case, we have approved certain capacity to be designed, designated as AME. Have we heard about that?
Commissioner, I'm familiar at a very high level. I do have Mr. McDonough here I can bring up if we need to get into some of the details.
No, I don't need the answer. Okay. If we have a concern with the capacity factor of any fossil fuel, we can clearly designate those units as AME and minimizing dispatch of those units, because you do not have a control over dispatch of any of these units under the MISO rule as of today, right? Even though you claim that it's a 5% in the IRP, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a 5%.
Right, so the 5% just reflects what's happening in the model.
Yes,
it's not like
which is hypothetical.
Right.
So under that, if there is any concern from the stakeholder, any environmental group that you are running too much of it due to the MISO dispatch, there is a way to manage that dispatchability by using AME designation.
That's my high-level understanding, and I would trust you, Commissioner.
Okay. And then also another way to control this is if your fuel price is high, then your offer parameter will trigger the dispatch order at the end of the MISO dispatch order. For example, your CT unit will be dispatched less than combined cycle. Because typically combined cycle is on average cheaper to dispatch is because it's more efficient, given the same price of the natural gas.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree that
Yeah.
the generation is dispatched based on marginal cost.
So for Lyon County, you are going to potentially procure a turbine which can be used using hydrogen mixed or hydrogen injected natural gas. I don't know whether that is a fact or not, but that is my understanding reading this record. Are you evaluating or are you going to procure that kind of a CT turbine?
So, Commissioner, my understanding is the turbine that will be procured can blend up to a certain percentage.
Thank you.
But beyond that I guess there's more uncertainty.
So if you blend that hydrogen to it, it'll be very expensive fuel because if you use green hydrogen through the electrolyzer, it can be very expensive fuel. Then you can manage your dispatch order of the CT unit, right?
Sort of all else equal, that makes sense to me. I mean, if you have a high marginal cost of dispatch, you're going to be at the end of the top of the stack.
Yeah. Once again, there is a different way to manage this dispatchability of the unit and managing potential carbon emission from these units. I understand even though CEO agree with you and then settle, but still there will be a concern with we are emitting these carbon above and beyond what you are thinking in the settlement. But still you have at least a minimum 2 different ways to manage that.
Agree, Commissioner, and we have some experience in trying to manage our coal fleet in terms of thinking about how to offer units and impact their dispatch.
Okay, thank you. For those PPA unit, Cannon Fall and the Mankato Energy Center, do they have on-site backup fuel? I heard from Invenergy that it's capable of burning the diesel, but do they have on-site backup fuel?
Commissioner, I don't recall. I believe one of them does, but I don't recall specifically. I can follow up with you. We can. I think we can check at the next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, you can come back to me, and because once again, it's a dispatchability. Without on-site backup fuel, I don't know whether they can provide this dispatchability reliably, because we have seen this case that natural gas unit without on-site backup fuel has to go out during the Winter Storm Uri, Winter Storm Elliott. And we are trying to meet this energy adequacy during at time of the higher risk. Without on-site fuel backup, I don't know whether we can do that.
Sure, understood, Commissioner. We can follow up.
Okay. Thank you. And then also there was some discussion about the loss of load or the market dependence discussion with the Commissioner Sullivan. I'll just change that angle a little bit. So when you said 12 hours of the market dependence, does it mean that you have unserved energy of 12 hours, or it is in addition to unserved energy hours when you said 12 hours of the market dependence?
I think you can think of it as 12 hours of unserved energy when you don't have any market access.
Okay, thank you. So that is a very, very tight reliability run. I think typically what is your unserved energy hours? when I think a department used very low number compared to what you have used very high number to penalize that unserved energy.
Oh, for the cost of
Yeah.
Sure. So when we do our runs, we increase the cost of unserved energy to I think $1 million a megawatt hour. So to get the model essentially to not have any
Yeah.
unserved energy as part of the optimization. So that's the optimization where it's kind of the base assumptions, typical weather year, and then those testing scenarios have the more detailed weather profiles.
So your run is more focused on reliability. Department run is more realistic market dependence. You don't have to say it, but that's how I interpret those numbers.
Well, I guess I would say, I know the department changed that assumption. I think they got to similar results. So I think under both assumptions, the way that we're doing the analysis, we're developing a portfolio that can largely meet needs without reliance on the market.
Okay. In your final optimized run, what is the level of the dumped energy? You turn off the market, right? Or have you turned on the market?
So yeah, when we do the dispatch run, Commissioner, I know you understand this. So when we do the dispatch run, then we are turning the market back on. So it is able to, the model then is able to sell some of the excess energy into the market for the dispatch run, and then for the costing. I'm sure there is still some dump energy because there's still a limit on the maximum you can sell into the market at any 1 hour. And so I'm sure there's still some dump energy in the model, but because we're allowing sales, it would be much less than you would see in the optimization.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that is a potential additional revenue for the ratepayers if you just sell all those energy to the market. Okay, thank you. And now, department, what is the reason are you settling with this outcome? Have you run your Encompass run with this settlement, and then you are justifying that settlement with then numbers?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, I'm going to ask Steve Racco to come back up to discuss the modeling.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, while that's happening, I just got an answer to one of your questions that we left, which is both Mankato and Cannon Falls have backup on site.
Okay, good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Steve Rocco from the department. We didn't do any separate modeling.
Then what is your justification of supporting settlement? Is it within the reasonable range? I know that Encompass run is a black and white. It has a range of the outcome. So is this settlement falling into the range of your reasonableness?
We attempted to do some matching runs, and the setup file, there's a file that tells Encompass where all the inputs go and what switches you turn on and switches you turn off for each run. And Xcel gave us the wrong setup file, clearly, because it's got runs in it that don't exist in the filing, and it doesn't include the runs that it should have and some other things. But I ran it anyway, and I was able to match their results. I would like to get the right input setup file and rerun it, but this was something I was doing late last week.
Okay, thank you. And then overall, why do you think this is good for the ratepayers when you sign up this settlement?
Sure. Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, I think there's a couple things here. The settlement avoids a significant number of new gas combustion turbines, which the department believes are inconsistent with the state's clean energy goals and would probably need to be retired early or run significantly less and therefore not amortize their cost. So picking the large numbers of renewables and also the battery storage, the state is significantly behind on storage investments, and the things that are being picked instead of the combustion turbines are much more directionally consistent with the state's clean energy goals. And also, as we stated in our opening, and I think others have echoed, the sooner we can get those projects permitted and built, we're going to avoid as much as possible federal changes in clean energy incentives and changes in supply chains and changes in import tariffs. So we want to try to get, knowing that these new renewable projects and the storage projects need to come online to achieve both the state's climate goals and maintain reliability and bring in the new generation that the company needs for their system. The sooner we can get those things approved and built, the better off ratepayers are going to be. We think there's significant risk for continuing to wait. And then I think the last thing that's really important that's coming out of this settlement is that we know we're going to need more than just renewable resources and 4-hour battery storage. We're going to need the medium and long duration storage that we're hopefully going to get more information on from the Rondo pilot. We're going to need the really significant level of distributed energy paired with demand response that we're going to get through the DCP, the large virtual power plant. And there's also the challenge that Xcel has been continuing to put off investments in other clean, firm resources because of the hope of hydrogen combustion and the hydrogen CT paired with renewables. And with the Lyon County CT, that CT is going to be hydrogen blend capable from day one, but the company is also going to bring forward a compliance plan for how they transition that to a hydrogen emitting or hydrogen combusting unit, which will give us much more transparency into how the company is thinking about the timeline for that, technical hurdles that they're seeing, and help us understand if that's not a viable long-term solution and we need to look at other clean, firm investments in the state, or if it is a viable solution, it allows us to continue moving in this direction that we build out renewables that are followed by these non-emitting hydrogen combustion CTs in the late 2040s and 50s.
Okay, thank you. I understand that tax credit, all those issues, but because of that, do you want to overprocure capacity and overprocure energy, and then we pay extra for that? And do you think that's good for the ratepayers?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, our understanding, and I think the company could probably speak to this from the modeling perspective as they did the bulk of the modeling, or Steve can address this. We don't believe we're overbuilding the system here. We believe that the load forecast since the initial filing of the IRP, or since the initial 800 megawatt docket started, actually, the load forecast has grown, and we're expecting to see continued load growth on the system from all the things we've been discussing, the data centers, the increased manufacturing, the increased electrification of natural gas and gasoline end uses. And we don't believe the modeling says the system is being overbuilt. We believe this is consistent with the load and the sensitivity we have on the load.
I understand, but that's not in the record, right? I asked a company whether they update that number in their modeling. They didn't update that number. I understand that is an overall trend because that is a critical number, because any incremental generation we build above and beyond the record has to be borne by who is causing it. And that's what we are discussing about the data center paying the right cost.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, I think there's a misunderstanding about which load forecasts were and were not updated. The 800 megawatt procurement started with one load forecast that recommended the 800 megawatts of clean, firm, or firm capacity procurement. And that's the one that has been updated in this IRP, and that's the one that we believe supports selecting more than 800 megawatts out of that.
Thank you. In that case, have you evaluated Xcel Energy load forecasting, capacity, and energy? What was the assumption on data center? And then what is the onshoring manufacturing growth?
Commissioners, the department had Mateo Santos do the forecast analysis, but he left the department. We did have him save his files on a drive that everybody else can access. I looked at the files and they were in Python, which I can't access. I asked Sachin, who's our main forecaster, and he also can't access Python. So at this point, we're relying on Xcel for what's in the specifics of the forecast.
Thank you. Then I'll go to the Xcel. So what is your updated information between the firm dispatchable to the IRP. What is the assumption on the data center and then onshoring assumption?
Well, I just want to clarify that we're using the same assumption in the resource planning modeling and in the settlement modeling.
No, question is, the firm dispatchable dockets, you run the model there. What is the load forecasting assumption there, and what is the difference between that and IRP load forecasting assumption? What is the particularly, very specifically, load growth in data center and onshoring issue?
Well, but I think
You don't have to speculate.
Are you asking about the forecast from the last IRP, from the
No.
2019 IRP?
I don't know which load is in the firm dispatchable dockets.
So they're the same. So it's our fall 23 forecast. That's in both the resource plan and in the modeling for the settlement.
No.
That's helpful.
I'm asking your load forecasting and firm dispatchable. We have two different docket here.
Yep.
Resource plan docket.
Oh, so it's, and I guess I'm referring to the settlement as the firm dispatchable docket. So
No, original firm dispatchable docket.
So the firm dispatchable docket came out of the last IRP, so the 2019
Okay.
IRP.
What is the change in circumstance from 2019 to 2023 in terms of capacity growth and energy growth? Are you reflecting data center growth in 2023 forecasting or not?
Yes, so there's a bigger, I mean, the growth back in 2019 that we were forecasting was fairly flat, and now it's 2% or something annually growth. There's data center load included in the forecast. That was included in both the resource plan and in the firm dispatchable settlement modeling.
Yeah, I know some degree you are reflecting it. What is the level of you are actually reflecting? Are you reflecting 6,000, 3,000, 1,000?
So we've marked the specific data center load that's included as trade secret, Commissioner, but in the settlement filing, the October settlement filing, on page 24, we have the data center load broken out, identified in that filing, and that's the same as in the resource plan.
Okay.
Same forecast.
Thank you. So I'm done. Thank you. Yeah, the reason I was asking, there was a concern from XLI and OAG that data center has to bond their cost. That's why we need to see that delta to make sure that additional build out outside this original 800 megawatt should be attributed to those loads. That's why I was asking that data. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I think folks need a little break for a quick minute. So why don't we come back at 4:30? The commission stands in recess until, well, 4:25 maybe, but I know people have to go downstairs, so maybe 4:30 is good. Okay, commission stands in recess. Everybody's real excited to get this wrapped up, but we're getting close, folks. So the commission will come back from its recess, and if you're in the back of the room, if you could please take a seat or stop talking, that'd be great. And first, with me. Is that working? I'm not touching it. Okay. The commission will come back from its recess, and I'll begin with questions first for Xcel. And Mr. Dobson or council or Mr. Shaw, in general, I think sometimes when you filed the settlement and the plan overall, there were three main points I think that the company said. And so I just kind of wanted to step through the big picture overall advantages of the commission approving the settlement, please. And first, I'd like you to address the issue of cost. And in general, it looked like there was sufficient record support for the settlement that this is a cost-effective plan and it is in the public interest for the commission to approve the settlement. Can you reiterate some of your top points of why this is a plan and the settlement overall would be in ratepayers' interest to approve it?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, I think the most important point on cost when we're talking about the cost of this plan is that this was, and Chris would be able to speak to the specific modeling, but when we modeled this out, this was substantially less expensive than the preferred plan that we came in with. And I think, both on a PVRR and a PVSC basis, we're looking at about $73 million less than what we initially proposed. And, what we initially proposed, we thought was a very reasonably cost-effective plan. Obviously, all of that is subject to the actual bids coming in, but what we're doing in a resource plan is trying to look at this set of resources versus an alternative. And when we look at what the parties were able to agree on, compared to what we would do in other cases, it's very, very reasonable.
And Mr. Dobson, in relation to not just your initial, proposed plan, but also overall, I think the settlement and the underlying documentation reiterates that the company expects that once, things come out in the wash, that costs to ratepayers are not anticipated to rise by more than 1% a year. Can you please talk a little bit about that? Because the overall public needs to understand that if we approve the settlement, it is in their best interest, and that's what I want you to kind of talk a little more about.
I missed that, Chair, and I want to be very clear because I think some of those numbers have been taken for what they're not intending to mean. We're not trying to project other costs that are outside of the resource plan. But when you look at the resource plan and at the costs that we're projecting, we are anticipating that this plan would result in cost increases of, like you said, less than 1% when you average that out over the next 15 years.
And for the department, Dr. Wyckoff, welcome. I know that the department and you certainly have been laser focused on affordability for Xcel ratepayers. What can you say briefly about the importance of the Inflation Reduction Act and overall the federal tax benefits that help make this plan more affordable for ratepayers?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sieben.
And please state your name for the record.
Pete Wyckoff, I'm Deputy Commissioner, so obviously replacing the Assistant Commissioner. We had a starting pitcher who's very good and a maybe less reliable closer here, but I have 3 phone of friends in the room, so if you need a modeler or a lawyer or a second lawyer, we can go there.
Not yet.
All right. So
it's supposed to be a softball because I know you are big on the IRA, Dr. Wyckoff.
Got the nerves. So, we have a window right now where essentially clean energy is on sale. And clean energy is on sale to build it. And this settlement builds a tremendous amount of wind and a tremendous amount of solar and the storage to go with it. And that all runs on no fuel costs. So it's reducing the activation energy because those tax credits are out there. And then it's getting you to a cheaper system to run long term. So it's win-win for ratepayers by going faster. The IRA is important. It is not the driver here. The driver here is the state policy, but the IRA will make it cheaper. And as there is some worry about how long those tax credits will be available, I think it builds on what we've heard this afternoon, that by reaching a settlement, by moving forward fast, we are likely to avoid inflationary rises in costs, which we know have been a big problem, and we're likely to make sure much more of this happens in the tax credit window.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Dobson, back to you. Please explain how the settlement results in a more reliable system and energy adequacy is achieved. And I know earlier questions touched on this, but I just want you to re-hit on how, if we approve the settlement, there is going to be reliable power for Minnesotans in the term of the 5-year action plan. How about?
I'll take this one, Chair. So as I was discussing previously with Commissioner Sullivan, we did, I would say, a robust energy adequacy analysis as part of the settlement. This was consistent with the analysis we had done in the resource plan, where we looked at, using the modeling, looked at these different potential portfolios, analyzed them on an 8760 dispatch basis, looking at these different reliability metrics and market exposure, and the settlement, shown in the, I guess, Appendix A of the settlement filing, shows that we have the settlement is strong in all of these different metrics and results in very limited exposure to the market and these other options fare worse in that analysis. So we did that analysis in the resource plan, did it in the settlement analysis as well, and we think it supports the portfolio we put before you.
Great, thank you. And as we approve IRP, obviously the commission is always looking at how we're consistent with our other state policy and state statutes. And parties have raised like the clean electricity mandate and how this helps comport with that. I also have heard discussion today about how, everything, we're still on track to close our coal plants on the timeline that Xcel has already committed to. And because of that, I don't think it would be a violation of the settlement, nor especially outrageous to suggest that perhaps the commission consider including language for this IRP again that reiterates the date of those coal plant closures. Mr. Dobson, would you support that if I kind of put that type of belt and suspender language into the commission's order here?
Madam Chair, I don't have any concern with that. No, that's still our plan to close those coal units, and this is, I just made, we've been talking about a transition, and this is part of the transition. This is how we're planning to make that happen.
And Mr. Gleckner, you wouldn't see that as a violation of the settlement, nor like a departure from the commission's goals that have been. That's not the right way to say it. It would be consistent with past commission decisions and something you would also support.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, we would certainly support that, and I think it's implied through the record and the settlement, and putting it explicitly from our perspective would be certainly potentially useful and no harm there.
Yeah. And Mr. Dobson, the settlement doesn't select the original proposal for Xcel's Bison generating station, which is, I don't know if it's still going to be built or not, but in North Dakota. Does that mean if you do decide to pursue it in North Dakota, that is not, I get that that's not part of this settlement now, but can I read into that means the company will not seek cost recovery for the Minnesota jurisdictional costs of Bison should you attempt to, should you go forward and build it in North Dakota?
Madam Chair, I guess we're not planning to build Bison within the next, 5 years. I don't know sort of really what the plan is, so I don't think that's a needed aspect of this, but I don't think I have any concern.
I was just maybe reading into it more when it was dropped from the settlement, thinking it's not part of the settlement, but the company could still choose to build it in North Dakota. But if you're saying you're not pursuing building it in North Dakota, then we're probably good, and my question isn't really relevant, right?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that's right. We're not. I don't imagine us pursuing that unless. I mean, obviously, under the settlement, if we did pursue something like that, we have a changed circumstances provision, and then we would be filing a resource plan in 2 years.
Yeah. Or 1 year if Commissioner Sullivan has his way. And I might be on that train too, Commissioner Sullivan, but maybe we can talk about that later. The other important thing of your overall IRP that I think is reflected in the briefing papers and certainly was in your initial proposal is the company's commitment to working on equity issues. And so I have some questions around that sort of are maybe repetitive of what Commissioner Partridge mentioned, but I need a little help from Commerce here on this one. And it may be tough. Maybe it would have been, well, I'll try Dr. Wyckoff with you and see if you know. Sorry, it might not be exactly in your wheelhouse, but there was the Energy Utilities Diversity Stakeholder Group that worked and brought back recommendations on how the commission could help compare equity metrics between utilities. And from my perspective, and I think from what we've seen in subsequent legislation that passed, that now the department is compiling information on these issues kind of in disparate ways, or that are somewhat inconsistent with the EUDG, and not that the department's doing anything wrong, but there's just a little lack of clarity. And so I think what I'm trying to get at is the department outlines, I think, or let me say this, decision options 49, 77, 78, and 79, they kind of all touch on equity-related reporting requirements for Xcel. Can the department incorporate that information that's kind of contained in those decision options into its annual analysis, and then work with all of the public utilities to help ensure more consistent reporting? And if not, why not?
Chair Sieben, yep. I know what you're talking about, and I think I'm going to give a somewhat unsatisfactory answer that we are getting read from our lawyers, our legal, on what is allowed and what is mandated by the statute you're talking about, by the law you're talking about. And we don't think it gives us the space to do everything that you and I and we want to do in terms of this area. We have added these recommendations, somewhat as a supplement to what's in the statute. But I think I'm going to have to say it is a question that I need legal counsel on as to how far I can go to committing.
Yeah, and it might just be that we disagree and the commission makes the decision where we ask Xcel, like you've already agreed to certain reporting metrics as part of this settlement, correct, Mr. Dobson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we've agreed to obviously decision options 46 through 48 with respect to equity.
And then to 46 through 48. Let me just make sure I get this right. And then, Mr. Dobson, you know how Xcel right now annually reports on these metrics to the Department of Commerce, and there's already an open docket at the commission. So I don't think it would be a huge stretch to have the company also report the metrics that are contained in that and already required by law into that docket as well. It's hard because I don't have the decision option language, but what I'm trying to do is have Xcel report in this annual docket in a way that you're already reporting as required by existing law, and then we'll be able to eventually streamline it and make it easier to compare data between utilities. So I don't know if I really have a question there, but that's the direction I think I'm headed with regard to reporting on equity, and I think it would include your recommended 46 through 48. So I'll get back to you with the language once we get it worked out.
Thank you.
Then for Xcel, jumping around, the commission and the utility are always concerned about rate impacts to your customers. Either now or, well, let me just start. Can you update us on the terms of your 2023 agreement with the Prairie Island Indian community? Because, and I'm interested in specifically how much are the company's ratepayers going to be obligated to fund over the life of the extension of the nuclear facility as part of that agreement? And then I think, based on my reading of the law, that obligation is going to grow based on this IRP settlement. And so the answer, I think, is yes, that obligation is going to grow, but I'd like to hear if you know or could tell us by how much it will grow, that obligation.
Madam Chair, I don't know the numbers off my head, but we can certainly get them to you. And yes, as it's extended and that agreement continues, it would grow.
And that's because overall the RDA was established. Maybe you, Mr. Dobson, can help us here, or Mr. Barlow. The RDA was established, by the legislature to help fund other projects that would help reduce the need for the nuclear facilities to, run well into the future. And then also the 2023 agreement obligated ratepayers to pay for the inequity of not giving payment to Prairie Island Indian community in a similar fashion that other, host communities received. So I'm not arguing the premise that neither of those things shouldn't be happening, but I do think it's important that we understand if we extend the life of the facility, how are those obligations going to fall on ratepayers and by how much?
Sure. I think I agree with sort of the general premise of the question. I don't have the numbers. And
Yeah,
that's what
I get that, but you can get that. And then along similar lines, and you don't have to do this now, but can you project what the total RDA ratepayer obligation will be through 2054? And then how much of that is already appropriated or committed by legislative appropriations? and how much of that is scheduled to be collected but not yet allocated.
Yes, we get that.
And then also, can you explain briefly why Xcel's never constituted the advisory group as directed by the legislature for the RDA?
Madam Chair, I don't know the details of this, but my understanding is that we have found that the legislation is somewhat vague, and it's difficult to constitute a board.
We all have to make
the
difficult
language of
decisions here, Mr. Dobson. I understand that, but I think it is like, as much as we are being transparent about the settlement includes extension of the lives of Prairie Island Indian community, the RDA also exists, I think, for like similar reasons why it's there. And again, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be there or that Prairie Island should not get this money. But to be clear, I also don't want the public to not understand that should these obligations, or when these obligations continue to grow, what the impact will be on ratepayers, and whether there's like opportunity for overlap there between the RDA is somewhat like still open of how that money will be appropriated into the future, and could some of that settlement money from the RDA go into minimizing the impact to ratepayers. So that's kind of where I'm headed with that. I think I have a couple more minutes. Everybody's done with me.
Seriously, you're out of time.
I didn't hear that. Along the lines of what Ms. Hinderly, maybe this is for you, along the lines of the questioning that Commissioner Tuma had over the Lyon County generating station, I interpreted your comments to be that the company is going to have to file a site permit for Lyon County regardless of what, I mean, unless we like would explicitly reject it and say they can't do it or something in this docket, but they're not going to do that. And when I was thinking about it, it was like they have to file a site permit anyway that is going to take a length of time. And so why not just have the certificate of need filing run concurrently so that the risk of lawsuit is less long term? And I think it helps in, back to Xcel, like it helps the public understand overall why it is a cost-effective resource and necessary to do. I found it like quite interesting to read the comments about the 2 synchronous condensers that were needed versus 4. And I would imagine that a CN proceeding would help like flesh out some of those cost details to help show why it is cost effective. So Ms. Hinderly, I understand you're not supportive of the overall settlement, but if we required a CN, but also gave the indication that like, yes, it's the Lyon County is part of this IRP and important to the company's overall, resource adequacy and stuff like that, would that go a long way to getting the OAG to be more supportive of the direction of the settlement?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I think the CN is an important, aspect of it. I think we really do believe it does require one. I think that would help. I think that the 2 items that I mentioned in my initial opening, however, I think are more important from our aspect for ratepayer perspective, which is a hard cap, to be clear, because we think this really came about in an odd way. But if you are requiring a CN, I would note that conversation could happen in the CN for Lyon County. We do also have, Xcel's other project that we would still advocate be a hard cap at the updated cost. And so I think also from our perspective, though, what we don't want to see is a lot of these PPAs coming back with, a substantially increased price tag. I think to Commissioner Hum's line of question earlier, the modeling that supports the settlement is done with the current bids.
Yeah.
And so if those go up, I think we're concerned about what support there is. So that aspect for the bidders is really important to us.
I only have a little bit of time left, so sorry to cut you off. But so I was tracking with where Commissioner Tumo was headed, I think, on Lyon County. And I also think that your point in the, as an overall critique of the settlement was that there should be some more cost containment measures put in. I'm not convinced that a hard cap is going to work in a situation like this, but I do think that consistent with past commission language that has been in IRPs, like a soft cap is reasonable, and it will be. I was kind of surprised, Mr. Dobson, or maybe Mr. Barlow, why a soft cap language wasn't included in the settlement. Because isn't a soft cap effectively a good way for the company to also go back to your bidders and say, this is what the commission's telling us to do, any costs that continue to escalate substantially, you have to prove it up. So it helps you to have soft cap language across these resource acquisitions as well, doesn't it, Mr. Dobson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, I guess I'll first say that if the commission is looking to impose a cap and they want to put in a soft cap, we can work with that. I think the hard cap is really what's going to be difficult for us, and that's how I read decision option 32 with respect to our bids. Why it wasn't included in the settlement, I think that, from our perspective, I can't speak for the others, but I would say that we are planning to negotiate, with our bidders to get the lowest price that we think we can. And then obviously on our own, and all of that is coming back. A lot of what I said before, all of this is going to come back to the commission. But I'll just reiterate to say, if the commission, wants to impose a soft cap, then we can live with
It's not a deal breaker.
That's fine. Yeah.
Great. Then I'm out of time, but because I might have a minute. Anyway, the DCP discussion is kind of fascinating, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and staff is helping, but it's a little mushy in the record. Seems like it's a good idea. It wasn't. The way I understand it is the company's going to file a plan in October for how many megawatts, Mr. Dobson? Do we know yet?
Madam Chair, no, we haven't laid out the exact number of megawatts.
And is that something you're going to just because it's not in your 5-year action plan, or because it will eventually sweep up into your DG number? I don't get it. How does it fit into your overall plan, your DG plan too? And will it displace some of the other distributed solar that is in your plan, or not necessarily, or you haven't decided that yet?
I don't know that we have decided explicitly, but I would say I don't see it. I don't believe it's going to displace anything in this 5-year action plan. It's going to sort of layer on top of that, and then as we go forward with future IRPs, then to the extent that we're adding capacity from the DCP, that's going to then weave into the modeling and adjust future resource.
So it could roll into and displace the distributed solar allotment, essentially, in the future?
Yeah. It very well could.
And then is the DCP the same thing as a virtual power plant in everyone's mind here, or not?
Yeah, the DCP is our version of what a virtual power plant would be run by us, dispatched by us for the benefit of all of our customers.
And when you file in October, will there be a cost comparison between a company proposed plan and the what the other solar advocates are saying that they want it to be, not owned by you or not initiated by Xcel? I'm not saying you have to make that decision now, but can you do like a cost comparison, or will that be part of your filing so the commission can see the cost differences between the different proposals?
Madam Chair, I don't know, but I can tell you that having heard that, we will make sure that we at least we do that if it's possible.
And then also, can you include in that filing whether the company and the other parties are following the same labor provisions that are in other aspects of statute now, where it kind of is directing the statutes, I think, are directing the commission or the utility to consider the impacts on local communities and local workers? Just a discussion of that.
We can certainly discuss that. I don't know of. I think the thing is getting me confused. I don't know of a third party proposal that's also coming in alongside it. So I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why I'm trying to figure it out.
But we can certainly discuss those aspects of the plan.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll cap myself here at time. So, commissioners, now I was thinking we'd just wrap up by 5:30 with, like, if you had other follow-up questions from what we heard earlier or discussions amongst ourselves to help bring us, closer to resolution for Thursday. Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I have a couple quick questions. I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Ham's question about unserved energy, which kind of was following up on my original question. The thing that I was wondering is, have we ever, or has Xcel ever had a resource plan approved that actually relies on the market in that way? My recollection, my understanding, Mr. Gleckner shaking his head yes. So my recollection is that, and I could be wrong, that we try to make sure that we have all the resources in-house. And then we, practically speaking though, on a day-to-day basis, we, let capacity from the region help us out because it may or may not be less expensive. Well, it's less expensive, the market will call for it. But maybe Mr. Gleckner is right, but I feel like when we're doing a resource plan, we don't, at baseline, let the market do our work for us. Or maybe, Mr. Shaw, you would say, well, actually, this is definitely within the margin. This is so tight.
Let me just back up and talk about what we did in the last resource plan, which is different. We've always frapped, right? So we've always had enough capacity registered with MISO to meet our capacity requirements in MISO. In the last resource plan, we had an annual construct, one peak. Those requirements go into the model. We also did allow market interactions as part of the optimization. I think, historically, when we've got our system and a larger MISO footprint that has a lot of dispatchable resources on, if you have enough resources at your peak in the year, that is a good indication you're going to have enough resources on all the rest of the hours that are lower than that peak. I think when you get more renewable resources, more variable resources, more use limited resources, then you have to start looking at not just the annual peak, but more of the hours of the year. And so I think you're seeing that evolution reflected in all of these reforms we're seeing at MISO. Our switch to, from strategist with a low duration curve to encompass, and then in this resource plan, this more granular look at the hour-to-hour variations in the optimization. So I think it's a reflection of kind of the change in resources that we're adding to our system, the change in resources in the region, the change in reliability metrics in MISO. I think that general concept to me of we want to have the resources to serve our own load is consistent.
That's helpful to me. I mean, where I'm coming at with this is that, to speak metaphorically, I want to make sure we have enough beds in the ICU, like you overbuild these capacity resources so that when you need it, you got it. And that's what I'm driving at. And when I just see 12 hours there, that's what makes me concerned. Mr. Gleckner, though, I didn't want to.
Madam
said
Chair,
that we've
Commissioner Sullivan, I don't need to respond if you don't.
I was just wondering, you had said that we had done this before, though, so.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with what Mr. Shaw said, that we're seeing a change in the approach for this resource plan. In the past, we've allowed, during capacity expansion plan optimization, some market import, so that the model, when you tighten that market import, you're getting at what you're saying, where we need to have a resource for every hour of the year. It's going to start adding something that's going to be used very little. And so we built in that margin to say, maybe we don't want to build that plant if we can rely a little bit on our neighbors here and there. So then this approach of saying we're going to not allow any market import at all during our capacity expansion modeling run is a new approach, and it is in response for all those factors. And there's some valid reasons behind it. I think where we came at it from was to say that there are real trade-offs, though, like both from cost, and if you start to constrain that and we don't have new clean firm, you start to limit your options to, if we're going to do that and plan that way, you're going to see more CTs being picked up, and there's trade-offs there, right? Like we limit our optionality. What do we do when, so we want to find a sweet spot of reliability without overextending ourselves and kind of locking in options. And so just recognizing those trade-offs. But if you had gone back to previous resource plans and looked at every year and every hour of every year, you would see market purchases at different times, even in the capacity expansion phase. So it's, I guess my shaking of my head was just to say that what we're doing, the approach that the company took, and then we took a different look at it. We included zero market, 25% market, 50% market, and up to the amount from the last resource plan to kind of show those trade-offs. But just to acknowledge that that is a new approach, that this isn't like we've never had, it's always been zeros for, we've never relied on the market ever in the model. That's a change.
That's okay. That's helpful. And like Mr. Shaw, would it be fair to say that this is on a continuum, like 12 hours? We're not going to sweat that. But if it were 150 hours, then we got to think it through a little harder and sharpen our pencils. Is that kind of the way that you think about it, or am I looking at it the wrong way?
Commissioner Sullivan, I think that's fair. I don't think, obviously we haven't said it has to be zeros under all circumstances, but we want to limit that.
You want it as close to zero as possible, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And then one last question that I had for the company regarding Lyon County. The goal is still to have that operating in December of 2027, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan,
Has it changed?
Our update on that has it in December 2028.
December 2028. And I know that right now turbines and those are hard to get a hold of. Do you feel like, do you have an order number for turbines, or are you ready to, are they in place, or are you, I'm just curious, like, where are you in that process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner
Would it
Sullivan.
be operating in December 2028 if it were ordered on Thursday?
My understanding is, and I can make sure to clarify this by Thursday if there's any doubt, but my understanding is that we are still anticipating December 2028.
Okay.
Based on what we have now, and I can make sure on that.
Is there anything with the reusing the interconnection for Sherco that is tied to that?
Nope, that's not a problem.
Okay.
We should, and just to be clear, we will close Sherco. We've closed Sherco 2. That interconnection's we're good on that with Sherco Solar. We'll close Sherco 1 the end of 26, and then we'll have 3 years to refill that. And we're getting wind resources on that line as well. So
Okay.
we're right now not concerned about being
Okay, that's good to hear. And you, also, just to confirm, I'm pretty sure it's in the record, but you do not need to go through the MISO interconnection process for this. This is
correct. We own the interconnection. I also know that we have slots for CTs for your previous question, but yeah, we don't need to go through that. There might be, once you get above the interconnection, there's some surplus resources that we can use. Honestly, I don't know the process for that, but I haven't heard any concerns about it.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Dobson. Thank you.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. For the OAG, in the certificate of need proceeding, there are big 3 chunks of discussion. One is a need based on load forecasting. Second component is alternative analysis. Third one is the energy efficiency and renewable, all other preferential treatment issue. Being said, if we approve a settlement here, how can we do the alternative analysis in the CN proceeding? Because the alternative analysis also include no build option, and then also alternative compared to. So, I mean, that's my struggle. I agree with many discussion went on, but also in the alternative analysis, we may have some conflict or some issue with how we proceed, the certificate of need proceeding under that circumstance.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, for the question. I think, the no build is always in there. I think with the alternatives analysis and certificate of need proceedings, you're very rarely presented with another company actually proposing an alternative, right? It's generally a hypothetical alternative analysis that really helps you vet whether it's a good deal or not, right? For the no build, I think the no build discussion would likely include, some of the issues about the number, in terms of cost, the number of market purchases that would need to be relied on, likely, a no build for reliability, things like that. The no build analysis, I understand that it's a little strange because Lyon County is being selected but still needs a certificate of need. But I think the analysis would still be really helpful to show, whether or not it's a good deal. And the commission, I do think, if the certificate of need comes back and it's not looking promising, it could deny it. But I think that's probably an unlikely outcome. I don't know when the last time the commission denied a certificate of need. But I think it would be a helpful analysis to look at what no build looks like, maybe with updated information, right? We'll have some new information about when these data centers are coming online. But the reasonable alternatives analysis for, it will give Xcel the opportunity to present that there aren't reasonable renewables, or battery storage that could be produced. And it'll give, I think us an opportunity to see what the real costs are of upgrading this, to be compliant with the 2040 standard. So I think that it'll have some helpful analysis regardless, but I agree it's a little strange.
Thank you. Also, you understand that since this is going to use a potential Minnesota interconnection line, no other company can build any generation in this connection. In that case, if you go outside this one, we may not have much ability to interconnect unless MISO successfully get the special queue process approved by the FERC. So that's why I'm struggling on this issue. So thank you. I just want to let you know that there is that other facts. Department, one question quick. there's a concern about doing this, of settlement outside this bidding process, because potential future moral hazard from the Xcel and then any bidder coming to the bidding process. Because we are not selecting winning bid, but we are just giving everybody some share. There is a significant concern with that the bidding process integrity in the future. Do you have any concern, and or is there any way you can protect that for the future proceeding?
Thank you, Commissioner Hom and Chair Sieben. So I think we have outlined in our comments in the record how we feel like it is well within the scope of what can happen in a settlement, and that this is something where, in this case, with this docket, the 800 megawatt docket, we had a suite of good bids that we ended up taking all of them. And if I'm understanding your question, almost all of them, save one. Is that, you're wondering if that is bad?
No, potential moral hazard. If you stay in this game, we can get something out of it. And rather than we try to bid with the best price, we just sit in with a higher price and we still get it.
I'm going to have to think on that one and probably get back to you on Thursday.
I have a quick question for the, if the Coalition of Utility Cities is still here. Mr. Zart, thanks for being here all afternoon. And I appreciate as you're coming up, I'll just emphasize that I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of the utility cities in the docket. And I just wanted to clarify, it looks like that 54, 55, 56, and 57, I don't think they're in the settlement. Is that right, Mr. Dobson? Do you know the host community language? Those aren't part of the settlement?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
But Xcel saying, sorry, Mr. Zart, I'm just inartfully trying to do a question here. But the company is supportive of all of them, Mr. Dobson, and I was kind of trying to figure out, it looked like there was some overlap for Oak Park Heights and King between, which ones is it, 56 and 57? And is there one that you prefer over the other, or both?
Madam Chair, I guess I didn't see the overlap, but certainly may be there.
Is that the right one? They're both about King. Mr. Zart, do you have a preference for 56 or 57 as it relates to Oak Park Heights?
Sure. Chair Sieben, thank you, as always.
And please state your name for the record.
Yes, Shane Zart with Flaherty & Hood, and here on behalf of the Coalition of Utility Cities. So I think, hopefully this adds clarity. The decision points or the structure of these is meant to even reflect the previous IRP's process order. On each of those, for each site, there was kind of two sets of things ordered. One, and maybe this helps clarify, in the case of both Sherco and King, 56, for example, in the case of King, lays out, some structure and the parties that are intended to be included in, a set of periodic meetings, stakeholder meetings, and then 57 is more directly pertains to the content of periodic filings. I was alerted my mic wasn't on the whole time, so I can repeat anything that you want me to. I know we're short on time, but
I heard you, but you were saying you would think then your you're supportive of both 56 and 57?
Yes,
They're
either
not
they could
duplicative?
certainly be combined, or but I think they're kind of intended to be ordered jointly, so that one of them lays out a continuing set of periodic stakeholder engagement meetings. The other more details filings that Xcel is expected to report back to the commission on those filings and related activities to support host communities.
Mr. Dobson, anything different there, or you support them all?
Nothing different there. We support them both.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Otherwise, it looks like we're ready to wrap up. I think we kind of have a general sense of Thursday we'll come back. Maybe prior to that, Mr. Dobson will file that information I requested about the RDA and the statute from a couple years ago and how it would fit in with the settlement and that stuff I asked. Commissioners, did anybody else ask for explicit, new information they want filed before Thursday from the parties? Okay, and then I think we're good then. We'll come back on Thursday, start with questions commissioners have from reviewing the record, take a lunch break, and then, or whatever the timing is, and then try to start deliberations in the early afternoon on Thursday. So thank you, everybody, for your time today. We appreciate it. The meeting is adjourned for the day.